Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. The Mojave morning arrived with gentle persistence, sunlight creeping across the wasteland in soft waves of amber and gold. Dust particles danced in the early rays that filtered through the cracks of the old postal station where Eliza had spent the night. The building stood as a quiet reminder of the world before, its faded blue paint peeling away like pages from an old book, revealing the weathered wood beneath. A metal sign, half fallen and rusted through in places, still proclaimed US Mail in letters that had once gleamed with official purpose. Eliza rose from her bedroll with the practiced efficiency of someone long accustomed to life on the road. A courier for nearly 15 years, she had learned to treasure these moments of solitude before the wasteland fully awakened. Her movements were unhurried yet purposeful as she packed away her modest camp, each item finding its designated place in the weathered leather satchel that had accompanied her across countless miles. The postal station had become an unofficial waypoint for the Mojave Express couriers, a place to rest when the journey grew too long, to leave messages for others who would pass through, and, occasionally, to find forgotten deliveries that had never reached their destination. Most were meaningless now, addresses that no longer existed or recipients long since turned to dust, but Eliza collected them anyway, a habit born from equal parts professional pride and personal philosophy. Every message deserved its chance to be heard, no matter how belated. Her routine inspection of the station's abandoned sorting table yielded an unexpected discovery. An envelope wedged between a rusted filing cabinet and the wall, protected from the worst of the elements by its secluded position. She carefully extracted it, brushing away decades of dust with gentle fingers. The paper had yellowed with age, its corners softened and curled, but the address remained legible, written in a careful hand with blue ink, now faded to a ghostly azure. Solomon Reed, Goodsprings Settlement, Western Access Road. Eliza turned the envelope over in her hands, feeling its surprising weight. Something more than paper waited inside. The return address caught her attention. Carol Reed, Fort Nathaniel Green. A military installation she vaguely recalled from old maps, somewhere in the Eastern Territories. The postmark date had mostly faded, but enough remained to place it just weeks before the Great War that had ended the world the letter had traveled through. Goodsprings still existed, a small but resilient settlement that had somehow endured while larger communities had crumbled. It lay perhaps a day's journey southwest from her current position, not far from her intended route. The courier carefully placed the letter in her personal satchel, separate from her official deliveries. This would be a delivery of choice rather than contract, an offering to the old world's memory. Outside, the Mojave stretched before her in shades of tan and russet, the distant mountains standing like ancient guardians against the brightening sky. Eliza adjusted her wide-brimmed hat against the strengthening sun and checked the weathered compass that hung from her belt. Its needle wavered slightly before settling on south, the direction she would follow until the afternoon heat forced her to seek shelter. Her boots left shallow impressions in the dust as she set out, following what had once been a highway but now existed as little more than a suggestion, a slightly more level path through the undulating landscape. The morning air still carried the night's coolness, a precious gift that wouldn't last beyond midday. Birds, or what had evolved from birds, called occasionally from the scattered vegetation, their songs changed by radiation, but still carrying the essential melody of life continuing. Eliza maintained a steady pace, conserving energy with the ingrained wisdom of experienced travelers. Her hand occasionally brushed against the pocket where she'd placed the discovered letter, as if reassuring herself of its presence. Who was Solomon Reed? Was he still alive after all these decades? The questions provided gentle company as she walked, a quiet counterpoint to the rhythm of her footsteps. By mid-morning, the sun had asserted its dominance over the landscape, its heat pressing down with increasing insistence. Eliza paused beneath the shade of a massive boulder, taking measured sips from her canteen while scanning the horizon. The terrain here was open, offering little concealment, but also allowing her to spot potential dangers from a distance. Nothing moved except the heat waves rising from sun-baked earth, creating shimmering mirages in the distance. She continued her journey as the day progressed, adjusting her route occasionally to take advantage of whatever shade presented itself. The discipline of the road was a meditation of sorts, one foot before the other, eyes constantly assessing the path ahead, senses attuned to the subtle changes that might signal danger or opportunity. This mindfulness had kept her alive where other couriers had fallen, earning her a reputation for reliability that brought the most valuable contract. Just as the afternoon heat reached its peak, Eliza noticed a disturbance in the otherwise smooth horizon, a swirling pattern that suggested movement where none should be. She slowed her pace, hand moving instinctively to the weathered 10mm pistol at her hip. Years in the wasteland had taught her to recognize the signs. A dust devil would move erratically, while this approached with the steady purpose of intention. The disturbance gradually resolved itself into a dust cloud raised by something moving across the desert floor. As it drew nearer, Eliza could make out the distinctive silhouette of rad scorpions, 3 of them, moving with the skittering determination of predators who had sensed potential prey. Their mutated forms were visible now, exoskeletons gleaming dully in the harsh sunlight, oversized claws extended in anticipation. Eliza surveyed her surroundings with calm assessment. The nearby terrain offered little tactical advantage. No elevated position from which to gain the upper hand, no natural barrier to funnel their approach. The remains of a pre-war vehicle lay approximately 50 yards to her right, its metal frame providing potential cover if she could reach it before the creatures closed the distance. She moved with deliberate haste, not running, which would only trigger their pursuit instinct, but walking with purposeful speed toward the rusted automobile skeleton. The rad scorpions adjusted their course accordingly, accelerating slightly as they sensed her movement. Eliza maintained her measured pace until she was within 20 yards of the vehicle, then broke into a controlled sprint for the final distance. The closest rad scorpion lunged forward, closing the gap with alarming speed, but Eliza reached the shelter of the rusted frame moments before its stinger could find her. She positioned herself behind the most intact portion of the vehicle's body, using the ancient metal as a barrier between herself and the approaching creatures. Drawing her pistol, she waited until the nearest rad scorpion circled into view before firing 2 precise shots. The first struck its carapace and deflected harmlessly, but the second found the vulnerable joint between body segments. The creature shuddered and retreated several feet, dark ichor seeping from the wound. The other two approached from different angles, attempting to flank her position. Eliza remained calm, conserving ammunition with disciplined restraint. She fired only when certain of her target, each shot calculated for maximum effect. One rad scorpion fell after 3 carefully placed bullets found the soft tissue beneath its armored head. The wounded one made another approach, but retreated again when her next shot penetrated deeper into its injury. The third creature, perhaps sensing the changing odds, began a cautious withdrawal. Rad scorpions, while fearsome, were not mindless. They hunted by opportunity and advantage, retreating when the cost became too high. Eliza maintained her defensive position, watching as the remaining 2 gradually backed away, before turning to skitter across the wasteland in search of easier prey. The encounter had lasted less than 5 minutes, a brief interruption in the day's journey rather than the life or death struggle it might have become. Eliza checked her ammunition and returned the pistol to its holster, taking a moment to steady her breathing before continuing. Such moments defined wasteland travel. Sudden tension followed by the return to vigilant calm, the constant ebb and flow of danger and respite. She resumed her path toward Goodsprings, adjusting her route slightly to avoid the direction the rad scorpions had taken. The sun had begun its gradual descent toward the western horizon, softening from harsh white to a warmer gold that lengthened shadows across the cracked earth. With the afternoon waning, travelers and wildlife alike would become more active as temperatures moderated. The landscape gradually changed as Eliza approached the outskirts of Goodsprings territory. Vegetation became slightly more abundant, hardy desert plants that had adapted to the harsh conditions. Some mutated into new forms, while others remained stubbornly similar to their pre-war ancestors. The occasional bloatfly buzzed past, more interested in the plants than in Eliza, who knew to move downwind from their limited sensory range. As evening approached, the silhouette of Goodsprings became visible against the darkening sky. Scattered buildings clustered around the remains of a pre-war town, lights gradually appearing as residents prepared for night. A water tower stood as the settlement's most prominent feature, its metal structure reflecting the sunset's amber glow. Tendrils of smoke rose from cooking fires, carrying the promise of community after a day of solitary travel. Eliza approached the settlement with visible recognition, nodding to the watchman who stood at the informal perimeter marked by salvaged signposts and strategic lighting. The man, Jasper, she recalled from previous visits, acknowledged her with a raised hand, his weathered face breaking into a slight smile. "Evening, Courier," he called as she drew nearer. "Been some months since you passed through." "Routes change with the seasons," Eliza replied, stopping briefly beside his post. "Goodsprings holding steady?" Jasper nodded, leaning on the makeshift spear that served as both walking staff and weapon. "Steady as she goes. Had some trouble with geckos getting into the Brahmin pen last month, but nothing serious. You looking for lodging? Trudy's still running the Prospector, has a spare room most nights." "I'll head there," Eliza confirmed, then hesitated briefly before adding, "I'm also looking for someone who might have lived here a long while back. Name of Solomon Reed. Ever heard mention of him?" The watchman's expression shifted to one of mild surprise. "Reed? That's not a name I've heard in years. Old soul passed on, must be." He paused, calculating mentally. "Going on 5 years now. His granddaughter Hannah still keeps his place though. Small house just past the general store, has a windmill out front that still turns when the breeze picks up." Eliza thanked him and continued into the settlement, where the day's final light had faded into the gentle blue of early evening. Goodsprings existed in the quiet middle ground of wasteland communities, neither large enough to attract serious raider attention, nor so small as to risk being wiped out by natural hazards. Its residents had found that elusive balance between independence and cooperation that allowed for modest prosperity in a world that offered little. The Prospector Saloon stood near the center of town, its neon sign flickering with determined persistence despite missing several letters. Inside, the atmosphere was subdued but welcoming, scattered patrons nursing drinks at weathered tables, quiet conversations creating a gentle murmur beneath the crackling radio that played distant music from Radio New Vegas. Trudy, the proprietor, recognized Eliza as she entered and gestured toward the bar. "Been wondering if we'd see you again," she said as the courier approached. "Your usual room's available if you're staying." Eliza confirmed her need for lodging and ordered a modest meal, settling at the bar while Trudy prepared it. The food arrived with typical wasteland pragmatism: Brahmin stew with root vegetables and prickly pear fruit on the side. Simple but nourishing. She ate without haste, allowing her body to absorb the day's journey while listening to the conversations around her. After finishing her meal, Eliza inquired about Hannah Reed, learning that the woman indeed still lived in her grandfather's house and worked as one of the settlement's gardeners, coaxing stubborn plants from the reluctant soil. With directions confirmed, Eliza decided to wait until morning to make her delivery. Evening visits from strangers, even couriers, tended to create unnecessary tension in wasteland communities. Her rented room was small but clean, its furnishings salvaged from the world before but maintained with evident care. Eliza completed her evening routine with the efficiency of long practice, cleaning her pistol, checking her supplies, planning tomorrow's route on a weathered map spread across the bed. The discovered letter sat on the room's small table, its presence a quiet reminder of the connection between past and present that defined her chosen profession. Morning arrived with the muted sounds of a settlement coming to life, voices calling between buildings, Brahmin lowing in their pens, the metallic rhythm of a pump drawing water from the community well. Eliza woke with the first light, refreshed by uninterrupted sleep in relative security. After a simple breakfast at the saloon, she collected her belongings and the letter before setting out to find Hannah Reed. The house matched the description perfectly, a modest structure of salvaged wood and adobe brick, distinguished by a small windmill whose metal blades turned lazily in the morning breeze. A garden occupied much of the front yard, neat rows of plants, protected from the worst of the sun by carefully positioned shade cloth. Among the plants knelt a woman in her late 30s, her hands immersed in the soil as she worked with focused attention. Eliza approached with deliberate noise, creating just enough sound with her footsteps to announce her presence without startling. The woman, Hannah presumably, looked up, brushing a strand of graying brown hair from her face with the back of her wrist. Her eyes, blue and direct, assessed Eliza with the measured caution of a wasteland resident. "Morning," Eliza greeted, stopping at a respectful distance from the garden's edge. "Hannah Reed?" The woman nodded, rising to her feet with fluid grace that suggested strength beneath her unassuming appearance. "That's me. Don't recall ordering anything from a courier?" "This isn't an official delivery," Eliza explained, reaching into her satchel to retrieve the envelope. "I found this in an abandoned postal station north of here. It's addressed to Solomon Reed at Goodsprings. I understand he was your grandfather." Hannah's expression shifted through several emotions in quick succession. Surprise, confusion, and something deeper that settled into wary curiosity. She wiped her hands clean on a rag tucked into her belt before stepping forward to examine what Eliza held. "Granddad's been gone 5 years, she said, studying the envelope without touching it. "Where did you say you found this?" old postal station about a day's journey northeast. It was wedged behind a cabinet, probably been there since before the war. Eliza extended the letter toward her. It's from someone named Carol Reed, sent from Fort Nathaniel Green. Hannah's eyes widened, her hand moving automatically to take the envelope. Carol, that was my grandmother's name. She was stationed at Green when the bombs fell. Grandad never knew what happened to her. Her voice had softened, fingers tracing the faded handwriting with delicate reverence. He waited for word, year after year, used to walk to the edge of town every evening, watch the road from the east. The significance of the delivery settled between them. A message suspended in time, traveling slowly across decades, to arrive long after both sender and intended recipient had passed beyond reaching. Eliza remained silent, understanding that this moment belonged to Hannah and the grandparents she had lost. Would you? Hannah hesitated, then continued with gentle determination. Would you like to come inside? I have coffee brewing, and I think I'd like someone here when I read this. Eliza nodded, following Hannah into the small house. The interior was modest but welcoming, decorated with a combination of salvaged pre-war items and handcrafted goods that spoke of care and attention. Photographs hung on one wall, faded images in mismatched frames showing people from different eras of the settlement's history. Hannah motioned toward the kitchen table and poured 2 cups of coffee from a pot warming on a small stove. They sat across from each other, the letter resting between them like a bridge across time. Hannah stared at it for several long moments before carefully breaking the seal with a kitchen knife, handling the aged paper with reverent caution. From inside, she withdrew several pages covered in the same careful handwriting as the envelope, along with something small and metallic that clinked against the wooden tabletop. It was a holotag, the military identification worn by pre-war soldiers, its metal surface dulled by time but still intact. Hannah lifted it with trembling fingers, turning it to catch the morning light filtering through the window. Read Carol E., she read aloud, voice barely above a whisper. O negative. Methodist. She looked up at Eliza, eyes bright with unshed tears. She was trying to send Grandad her tag, in case she didn't make it home. Hannah unfolded the letter with careful movements, smoothing the creases that had set during its decades-long journey. She began to read silently, eyes moving across the pages with increasing emotion. Eliza sipped her coffee and waited, offering the quiet presence Hannah had requested without intruding on the intimate message from the past. After several minutes, Hannah lowered the final page, a single tear tracking down her weathered cheek. She knew, she said softly. Somehow she knew what was coming, the letter. She talks about rumors among the officers, unusual movements, emergency protocols being reviewed. She was sending him her tag and telling him to leave Vegas, to take whatever he could carry and head to Goodsprings because she'd heard it was outside the primary target zones. She carefully refolded the pages, her movements deliberate and precise. He did exactly that. Family story says he left the morning before the bombs fell, took nothing but a backpack and walked all the way here, lived in a tent for the first year, waiting for her to find him. Hannah's fingers traced the edge of the holotag. He never stopped waiting, never stopped believing she might have made it out somehow. Eliza nodded, understanding the weight of devotion the story contained. Did he rebuild here? Make a life while he waited? Yes, Hannah smiled faintly. He helped establish the first water purification system, taught people how to grow crops in the changed soil, met my grandmother, my other grandmother, about 10 years after the war. They had my father late in life, something of a surprise. She glanced at the photographs on the wall. But he kept Carol's picture on the mantel until the day he died, kept a lamp burning in the window every night. The morning light had strengthened, casting gentle patterns across the kitchen table where past and present met in shared reverence. Hannah carefully returned the letter and holotag to their envelope, her expression thoughtful. "Thank you," she said finally, looking directly at Eliza. Most couriers wouldn't have bothered with something so old, addressed to someone who might not even exist anymore. Eliza shook her head slightly. Messages matter, even the ones that arrive too late, sometimes especially those. She finished her coffee and set the cup down gently. "Will you keep it?" "Yes." Hannah's hand rested protectively over the envelope. "I'll add it to Granddad's things. Maybe take it to him next time I visit the cemetery on the hill." She paused, seeming to consider something. "Would you like to come? It's not far, and I think he would have wanted to thank the courier who finally brought Carol's words home." The cemetery sat on a gentle rise overlooking Goodsprings from the west, offering views across the settlement and the wasteland beyond. Simple markers identified the graves, some with names carved into stone or wood, others marked only by arrangements of significant objects. Solomon's resting place stood beneath the shade of a surprisingly healthy mesquite tree, its marker adorned with small metallic windmills similar to the one that turned before his house. Hannah knelt beside the grave and carefully placed the envelope against the marker, weighing it down with a smooth stone to prevent the breeze from carrying it away. "Hello, Grandad," she said quietly. "I brought someone to meet you. And she brought something you've been waiting for." Eliza stood respectfully to one side, hat held loosely in her hands. The moment felt significant beyond words, a delivery completed against impossible odds, a message carried not just across distance, but through time itself. In her years as a courier, she had delivered items of great value and strategic importance, but few had carried the emotional weight of this faded envelope. "The waiting's over," Hannah continued, her voice gentle but clear in the morning stillness. "Carol sent her words home to you, just like she promised, and her tag too, so you'd know she was thinking of you, right until the end." She touched the marker lightly. "I think maybe you knew, somehow. That's why you never stopped watching the Eastern Road." They remained for several minutes in companionable silence, the breeze rustling through the mesquite branches overhead. Eventually, Hannah rose and they walked back toward the settlement, their footsteps leaving temporary impressions in the dry soil that would soon be smoothed away by wind and time. "What route takes you from here?" Hannah asked as they approached the edge of town. "Southwest," Eliza replied. "I have deliveries for Prim, then continuing to the outpost if the weather holds." Hannah nodded, understanding the courier's need to continue onward. At her house, she disappeared briefly inside, returning with a small package wrapped in clean cloth. "For your journey," she explained, handing it to Eliza. "Dried fruit and seeds from last harvest, better than whatever the traders are selling." Eliza accepted the gift with appropriate gratitude, understanding it represented more than mere supplies. It acknowledged a connection, however brief, formed through their shared experience. She secured the package in her satchel beside her official deliveries, each item representing a different type of responsibility, carried along the wasteland roads. They parted with the simple directness of those accustomed to comings and goings, neither burdening the other with excessive sentiment. Eliza adjusted her hat against the strengthening sun and checked her compass, orienting herself toward the southwest road that would lead to Prim. The day stretched before her with familiar promise, miles to cover, obstacles to navigate, messages to deliver. As she walked the road leading from Goodsprings, Eliza glanced back once to see Hannah standing beside the small windmill, its blades turning steadily in the morning breeze. The woman raised her hand in a final farewell before returning to her garden, carrying both her grandfather's memory and her newfound connection to a grandmother she had never known. The Mojave stretched before Eliza in endless possibility, its harsh beauty softened by the morning light. She settled into the rhythm of the road, each step carrying her toward her next delivery, while the completed one remained a quiet satisfaction. In a world rebuilt from ashes, where so much had been lost and forgotten, she had helped one message complete its journey, a reminder that some things, against all odds, eventually found their way home. As the road curved around a hillside, Goodsprings disappeared from view, becoming another memory in the Courier's collection of places visited and left behind. The letter bag at her side carried new messages now, each with its own importance to someone waiting. And somewhere ahead, beyond the horizon's shimmering edge, other discoveries waited. Other connections to be made between past and present, other stories suspended in time, waiting for the right person to carry them forward. While the letter from the past finally reached its destination in Goodsprings, elsewhere in the Mojave, an aging courier prepares for one final delivery. His weathered hands check the contents of a small package with reverent care, knowing this journey carries more than just its physical burden. As our letter finds its resting place among memories and mesquite, our next tale beckons from a dust-worn trail where an old messenger embarks on his last journey. Join us for one last job. Morning light spilled across the Mojave in gentle waves, painting the desert landscape in hues of amber and gold. Dust motes danced in the slanting rays that penetrated the weathered curtains of Marcus Hayes's modest home on the outskirts of Novak. The small settlement had grown around the distinctive dinosaur statue that now served as a sniper's nest, rather than a roadside attraction. A pragmatic transformation typical of the wastelands' adaptation of the old world's remnants. Marcus awoke with the practiced timing of a man who had spent decades rising with the sun. His movements were deliberate as he sat up on the edge of his bed, acknowledging the familiar ache in his right knee with quiet resignation. At 68, the former courier carried the accumulated wear of countless miles traversed across unforgiving terrain, a map of scars and stiffened joints that told the story of a life spent in motion. He dressed with unhurried precision, each garment selected for its practicality rather than appearance. The leather jacket he pulled on last had been with him for over 20 years, its surface marked by countless repairs and the subtle patina that came from regular maintenance. Like its owner, it had aged but remained functional, adapted to the harsh realities of wasteland travel through necessity and care. From the small nightstand beside his bed, Marcus retrieved a weathered wooden box, its surface smooth from years of handling. He placed it on the table and opened it with reverent attention, revealing a collection of personal items accumulated throughout his life. With careful fingers, he selected a tarnished silver pocket watch, a pre-war relic that had somehow survived the centuries with its mechanism intact. The watch had belonged to his father, one of the few connections to a family mostly lost to memory and time. Marcus slipped the watch into his jacket pocket, its familiar weight providing a quiet reassurance. Today would be a significant journey, and he wanted this small piece of his past to accompany him. From the box, he also retrieved a folded paper that had been carefully preserved despite its age. He opened it just enough to confirm its contents before returning it to its protective covering and placing it in his inner pocket, closest to his heart. His morning routine continued with practiced efficiency, a simple breakfast of dried mute fruit and Brahmin jerky, checking his supplies and preparing his traveling pack. The ritual was comforting in its familiarity, a sequence followed through countless mornings across decades of courier work. Though officially retired for nearly 5 years, Marcus maintained the habits of preparation that had kept him alive in a world where carelessness often meant death. A soft knock at his door interrupted his preparations. Marcus recognized the pattern, 3 gentle taps followed by a pause and a fourth, as belonging to Marta, the young woman who had become something of an unofficial apprentice during his final years with the Mojave Express. "It's open," he called, securing the final buckle on his pack as the door swung inward. Marta entered with the confident stride of youth, her 25 years standing in stark contrast to Marcus's weathered presence. Her courier leathers were relatively new but already showing signs of the road, minor scuffs and repairs that marked the beginning of a long relationship with the wasteland paths. A 10mm pistol hung at her hip, well maintained and positioned for easy access, complemented by the combat knife strapped to her opposite thigh. "You're really doing this?" she asked without preamble, her tone mixing concern with reluctant acceptance. They had discussed his planned journey several times over the past month, their conversations oscillating between Marta's practical objections and Marcus's quiet determination. "Good morning to you too," he replied with a slight smile, the weathered lines around his eyes deepening momentarily. "And yes, the plan hasn't changed since yesterday." Marta sighed and leaned against the doorframe, studying her mentor with undisguised assessment. "The trail to Jacobstown isn't what it used to be, Marcus. Gardner's Pass had a rock slide last month, and there's been reports of cazador nests establishing in the lower canyons." Marcus nodded, acknowledging the information without allowing it to alter his resolve. "I'm taking the long route through Charleston. Adds half a day but avoids both the pass and the canyons." "That puts you dangerously close to fiend territory," Marta countered, her concern evident beneath her matter-of-fact delivery. "The fiends have been pushing south, not north. NCR patrols have been more frequent along the western routes." Marcus checked the straps on his pack one final time before lifting it experimentally, testing its weight against his diminished but still considerable strength. "I've made this trip more times than you've been alive, Marta. I know the way." She pushed away from the doorframe and moved further into the room, her expression softening slightly. "I know you do, but that was then, and this is now. Things change. You've changed." The observation hung between them, its truth undeniable. Marcus's right hand moved unconsciously to his knee, the joint that had finally forced his retirement after a lifetime of traversing the Mojave's unforgiving terrain. The injury itself was minor, a fall on slick rocks during a routine delivery, but it had never properly healed, a reminder that even the most experienced courier couldn't outrun time forever. "Some things change," he acknowledged, meeting her concerned gaze directly. "Some don't. This delivery needs to be made, and it needs to be me who makes it." Marta's expression shifted through several emotions before settling into reluctant acceptance. She recognized the quiet determination in her mentor's voice, the same tone he had used when teaching her the subtle art of reading the wasteland's many languages, weather patterns, terrain hazards, the difference between animal tracks that signaled danger and those that promised a meal. "At least let me come with you part way," she offered, a compromise between respect for his independence and genuine concern for his safety. "I have a delivery to make at the 188 trading post tomorrow. We could travel together that far." Marcus considered the proposal, weighing pride against practicality. Having company for the first leg of the journey would be welcome, though he would never admit how much the prospect of solo travel after so many years had begun to weigh on him. The wasteland had grown no less dangerous with age, perhaps more so. as new mutations and shifting faction territories created evolving hazards across once familiar routes. The company would be appreciated, he conceded finally. But I leave in an hour. If you're coming, be ready. Marta nodded, her relief visible despite her attempt at casual acceptance. I've been packed since yesterday. Figured you wouldn't change your mind. She moved toward the door before pausing to glance back. I'll meet you at the dinosaur in an hour. Try not to leave without me this time. Marcus allowed himself a small smile as the door closed behind her. The reference to his occasional impatience was fair. He had indeed departed early on their last journey together, though in his defense, Marta's concept of punctuality remained stubbornly flexible, despite his years of attempted influence. With his preparations complete, Marcus settled into the worn armchair beside his small window, gazing out at the wasteland stretching toward the western horizon. The package he would deliver rested in his pack, securely wrapped and cushioned against the journey's inevitable jostling. Unlike the official deliveries of his career, this one carried no Mojave Express documentation, no tracking number, no contractual obligation. Its significance existed only in memory and promise, a commitment made decades ago that had waited patiently for fulfillment. The hour passed in quiet contemplation, Marcus' thoughts drifting through memories of roads traveled and promises kept. When the time came, he rose with deliberate care, allowing his stiffened joints a moment to adjust before lifting his pack and securing it across his shoulders. The weight settled familiarly, his body remembering the countless times it had carried similar burdens across the Mojave's vast expanse. Outside, the morning had matured into early day, the sun climbing steadily above the eastern mountains. Heat radiated from the packed earth as Marcus made his way toward Novak's central area, where the dinosaur statue stood as both landmark and watchtower. The settlement had grown modestly during his years of residence. New buildings constructed from salvaged materials, small gardens establishing fragile green presence in the arid landscape, a community slowly putting down roots in soil that had once known only transient passage. Marta waited beside the dinosaur's massive foot, her own pack resting against her leg as she chatted with Ranger Andy, the retired NCR officer who had become something of an unofficial guardian for the settlement. They both turned as Marcus approached, Andy offering a respectful nod while Marta straightened in subtle anticipation. Heading out for another adventure, Hayes? Andy asked, his weathered face creasing in a smile that acknowledged the unlikelihood of Marcus truly retiring despite his official status. Just tying up some loose ends, Marcus replied. Making a delivery that's been waiting too long. The ranger nodded, understanding without needing details. In the wasteland, unfinished business had weight. Promises unkept could haunt as surely as any radiation-twisted creature that roamed the desert nights. Safe roads, then, both of you. He touched the brim of his hat in a gesture that carried echoes of pre-war courtesy before returning to his patrol of the settlement perimeter. Marta shouldered her pack with the easy movement of youth, adjusting the straps with practiced efficiency. Ready when you are, old man. Marcus accepted the gentle teasing with a slight inclination of his head. Then we're burning daylight. Let's move. They set out along the western road, falling naturally into the traveling formation Marcus had taught years before, spaced far enough apart to avoid creating a single target, but close enough for communication, positions staggered to provide overlapping fields of view across the terrain ahead. Though Novak's immediate surroundings had been largely cleared of threats through consistent patrols, wasteland security required eternal vigilance rather than assumption. The morning passed in companionable travel, their pace steady but measured. Marcus set a rhythm that acknowledged his limitations without surrendering to them entirely. slightly slower than his prime years, but sustainable over distance. Marta adjusted without comment, recognizing the dignity and allowing him to determine their progress, rather than accommodating his age, with obvious concession. They spoke occasionally as they traveled, conversations rising naturally from shared observation or memory before settling back into comfortable silence. This dynamic had characterized their relationship from the beginning, a mutual respect for the road's contemplative qualities, understanding that constant chatter served neither safety nor the subtle appreciation of the journey itself. As they passed the weathered remains of pre-war infrastructure, Marcus occasionally shared stories connected to particular landmarks. A collapsed highway overpass prompted recollections of sheltering beneath its concrete expanse during a radstorm 20 years prior. An abandoned gas station with its pumps standing like strange sculptures triggered memories of finding unexpected supplies in its hidden basement office. Marta listened with evident appreciation, recognizing these stories as more than mere reminiscence. They contained practical knowledge disguised as anecdote, potential shelter locations, overlooked scavenging opportunities, terrain features that could provide advantage in dangerous situations. This was how wasteland wisdom transferred between generations, not through formal instruction but through stories that embedded survival knowledge within memory's more resilient framework. By midday, the sun stood directly overhead, its heat pressing down with uncomfortable insistence. They paused in the shade of a massive boulder that had tumbled from the hillside centuries before, creating a natural rest point that had likely served countless travelers. Marcus eased his pack off with carefully concealed relief, the burning ache in his knee demanding acknowledgement after the morning's exertion. Marta pretended not to notice his subtle grimace as he settled onto a flat section of stone, instead busying herself with extracting water canteens from her pack. She handed one to Marcus without comment before taking a measured drink from her own, preserving the limited resource with the discipline all wasteland travelers learned early, or didn't survive to learn at all. "We're making good time," she observed, scanning the horizon with habitual vigilance. "Should reach the 188 well before dark if we maintain this pace." Marcus nodded, allowing himself a slightly longer drink than usual, a concession to his body's increased need for hydration with age. "Weather's holding, no sign of dust storms building from the south. Might even have clear traveling tomorrow if the patterns hold." The conversation drifted into practical assessment of conditions ahead, both drawing on recent information gathered from other travelers and merchants passing through Novak. Marta had more current intelligence, her active courier routes keeping her connected to the wasteland's ever-changing circumstances. Marcus contributed historical perspective, noting how certain hazards followed seasonal patterns that remained consistent despite the decades of post-war climate disruption. As they prepared to resume their journey, Marta's attention fixed suddenly on a distant movement to the northwest. Her posture shifted subtly into heightened alertness, hand moving instinctively closer to her holstered pistol. Movement at 2 o'clock, approximately half a mile, too deliberate for wildlife. Marcus followed her gaze, eyes narrowing against the bright daylight. His vision wasn't what it once had been, but experience compensated for diminished acuity. After a moment, he identified what had caught Marta's attention. 2 figures, moving with the distinctive caution of wasteland travelers, their path roughly parallel to the road but maintaining distance from exposed positions. Just travelers, he assessed after careful observation, keeping to covered terrain rather than using the road. Smart if they're moving through unfamiliar territory. Their bearing suggests they're heading toward the 188 as well. Marta studied the distant figures for several moments longer before nodding agreement. Not raiders. Equipment profile doesn't match, and they're moving too cautiously. probably traders or settlers. She relaxed slightly, but maintained awareness of their position as she shouldered her pack. Still, we should keep an eye in that direction. Marcus approved of her balanced assessment, neither dismissing potential threats nor allowing paranoia to dictate their actions. He rose with deliberate care, managing his weight distribution to minimize stress on his troublesome knee as he secured his pack. The brief rest had helped, but he knew the afternoon's travel would gradually reawaken the deep ache that had become his constant companion. They resumed their journey as the day progressed, toward afternoon, the sun beginning its gradual descent toward the western horizon. The landscape transformed subtly around them as they moved further from Novak, rocky outcroppings giving way to more open terrain, with scattered vegetation that had adapted to survive in the harsh post-war conditions. Barrel cacti stood like sentinels along the roadside, their mutations evident in unusual colorations and occasionally disturbing formations that suggested animal characteristics merged with plant matter. The distant travelers maintained their parallel course for several miles before gradually angling away toward the west, eventually disappearing beyond a ridge. Marta and Marcus continued their steady progress along the more established route, encountering occasional evidence of other recent passages. Footprints in dusty sections, the remains of a small campfire that had been properly extinguished, shell casings that gleamed dully in the sunlight. As they rounded a bend in the road, Marcus paused briefly, his attention drawn to a familiar landmark that rose from the landscape ahead. A weathered billboard advertising a pre-war resort, its colors faded to ghostly approximations of their original vibrancy. The image showed people relaxing beside an impossibly blue pool, their painted smiles frozen in perpetual enjoyment of luxuries long since reduced to radioactive vapor. "I remember when that went up," he said quietly, more to himself than to Marta. "Must have been 6 months before the bombs. Made quite an impression. Used special paint that would glow at night, powered by solar panels embedded in the frame." Marta glanced between Marcus and the ancient advertisement, her expression reflecting gentle skepticism. "You couldn't possibly remember that. You weren't even born until decades after the war." Marcus smiled faintly, realizing his error. "You're right, of course. But my father described it so vividly, so many times, that sometimes the memory feels like my own." He adjusted his pack and resumed walking, adding after a moment, "He was 12 when it happened. Said the resort never even opened. Was scheduled for its grand celebration the weekend after the bombs fell." This slippage between inherited memory and personal experience had become more frequent in recent years. Stories told so often and with such detail that they settled into his consciousness alongside his own experiences, the boundaries between them softening with time and retelling. Marcus was generally careful to maintain the distinction, particularly with others, but occasionally the separation blurred when he was tired or distracted. They continued walking, the conversation shifting to more immediate concerns as Marta described recent changes in NCR patrol patterns along the western routes. The political situation remained relatively stable compared to the turbulent years following the battle at Hoover Dam, but subtle shifts in military deployment often signaled developments that would eventually affect civilian travelers. As a courier, awareness of such patterns could mean the difference between a routine delivery and an unexpected confrontation. Late afternoon brought an unexpected obstacle. A section of road ahead had partially collapsed into a sinkhole that had opened after recent heavy rains. The depression wasn't particularly deep, but it stretched nearly 30 feet across, its edges visibly unstable and threatening further collapse if tested with weight. Crossing directly would be foolish, requiring a detour either east toward rocky hills or west through a shallow arroyo that showed signs of recent water flow. Marcus assessed both options with the practiced eye of someone who had navigated similar challenges countless times. The hills would be more stable, but that route adds at least an hour and the terrain would be hard on the knee, he acknowledged, rare in his direct reference to his physical limitation. The arroyo looks recently scoured by runoff, but the water's long gone. Might be some soft spots, but it's a shorter detour. Marta nodded, having reached the same conclusion through her own assessment. Arroyo it is. I'll take point, test the ground as we go. They descended carefully into the dry stream bed, its sandy bottom showing the rippled patterns left by receding water. Marta moved ahead with measured steps, occasionally probing suspicious areas with a walking stick she carried strapped to her pack. The detour added only a modest distance to their journey, allowing them to rejoin the main road beyond the collapsed section after approximately 20 minutes of careful navigation. As they climbed back to the road level, a sudden sound from nearby brush caused both to freeze in practiced unison. The distinctive buzz that signaled danger to all wasteland travelers. Marta's hand moved slowly to her pistol, while Marcus reached with equal care for the weathered rifle slung across his back. A bloatfly emerged from the vegetation approximately 15 yards to their right, its grotesquely swollen body suspended by rapidly beating wings that created the warning buzzing. The mutated insect hovered momentarily, compound eyes gleaming with unnatural iridescence, as it oriented toward the human movement that had triggered its predatory instincts. Marta's pistol cleared its holster with smooth efficiency, but Marcus was fractionally faster despite his age. His rifle raised and fired in a single fluid motion that spoke to decades of similar encounters, muscle memory transcending the limitations that affected his deliberate movements. The bloatfly disintegrated in a spray of viscous fluid, the sound of the shot echoing briefly across the open terrain before fading into silence. Still got it, Marta observed with genuine appreciation as Marcus lowered the rifle. He allowed himself a modest smile, neither denying the compliment nor expanding upon it. Let's keep moving. That shot will carry. They resumed their journey with heightened awareness, knowing that the rifle report might attract attention from other wasteland denizens, whether creatures drawn to investigate potential prey or human elements alerted to possible opportunity. The road stretched before them toward the 188 trading post, still several miles distant, but visible occasionally when the terrain offered higher vantage points. As the afternoon progressed toward evening, the harsh daylight softened into the golden hues of approaching sunset. Shadows lengthened across the landscape, creating patterns of darkness and light that transformed familiar terrain into something more mysterious. The temperature began its gradual decline from daytime heat, bringing welcome relief after hours of exertion under the Mojave sun. Marcus felt the day's journey accumulating in his body, the deep ache in his knee intensifying with each mile, shoulders protesting the pack's weight with increasing insistence, feet developing hot spots that threatened to become blisters despite his well-worn boots. He maintained his pace through stubborn determination, unwilling to become the limiting factor in their progress, even as his physical limitations demanded acknowledgement. Marta noticed his increasing discomfort despite his efforts to conceal it. Without directly addressing what would only embarrass him, she suggested a brief rest at a promising outcropping that offered both shade and tactical advantage. Marcus accepted with outward casualness that didn't quite disguise his relief, easing his pack off with carefully controlled movements as they settled into the sheltered position. We should reach the 188 just after sunset at this rate, she observed, offering him a strip of jerky from her provisions. Good timing. The evening crowd will have settled in, but it won't be too late to arrange lodging." Marcus nodded, accepting the jerky with a grateful nod. "The timing works well for your delivery tomorrow, and gives me a fresh start for the climb toward Jacobstown." A comfortable silence settled between them as they rested, each lost in private thoughts as the landscape transformed around them in the changing light. The journey had fallen into the rhythm familiar to both, periods of movement punctuated by necessary rest, constant vigilance balanced against the wasteland's moments of unexpected beauty. Despite his retirement, Marcus found himself settling naturally back into the Courier's mindset, the focused awareness that became second nature after years on the road. When they resumed their travel, the final miles toward the 188 trading post passed without significant incident. The road gradually revealed evidence of increasing human activity. More frequent footprints, occasional spent shell casings, scavenger caches marked with subtle signs recognizable to those who knew the wasteland's informal communication system. Security increased as they approached the trading post, with NCR patrols becoming visible along elevated positions that commanded views of the surrounding territory. The 188 itself appeared as daylight faded into dusk, a collection of structures established around the intersection of two pre-war highways, its designation derived from the faded mile marker that still stood nearby. Originally an informal rest stop, it had evolved into a semi-permanent settlement that served as both trading hub and neutral ground for travelers traversing the region between New Vegas and Point South. Lights began appearing as they approached, lanterns and salvaged electrical systems creating pools of illumination against the gathering darkness. The murmur of voices carried on the evening air, punctuated occasionally by laughter or the distinctive sound of bottle caps changing hands in commercial transactions. Smoke rose from cooking fires, carrying the promising scent of Brahmin meat and desert spices that made both travelers suddenly aware of their hunger. A pair of NCR troopers stationed at the informal perimeter nodded acknowledgement as Marcus and Marta approached, recognizing the distinctive appearance of couriers without needing to inspect credentials. The Mojave Express maintained generally positive relations with the Republic, their service considered beneficial to regional stability and commerce, despite their official neutrality in larger political conflicts. They made their way toward the central trading area, where vendors had established stalls selling everything from fresh produce to salvage technology. The atmosphere held the peculiar mix of caution and conviviality that characterized wasteland gathering places. Everyone armed, but most observing the unspoken rules that kept such locations functional as neutral territory where commerce could proceed without faction conflicts interfering. Marta secured lodging arrangements with a trader who maintained several sleeping pods constructed from salvaged bus components, negotiating a reasonable cap price for secure rest space. Marcus arranged for their Brahmin steaks at the central cooking fire, the meat served with roasted piñon nuts and prickly pear fruit that provided welcome variety after travel rations. They settled at one of the communal eating areas, a collection of mismatched furniture arranged around a fire pit that provided both light and cooking capability. Other travelers occupied nearby spaces, the quiet murmur of conversations creating a gentle background to their meal. Information was exchanged along with goods at places like the 188, and both Marcus and Marta listened with professional interest to discussions about road conditions, faction movements, and potential hazards along various routes. As they finished their meal, Marta studied her mentor across the firelight, her expression turning more serious. "You still haven't told me what's in the package," she observed, keeping her voice low enough for privacy, "or why it's so important that you deliver it personally after all these years." Marcus considered the question, his weathered features thoughtful in the flickering illumination. He reached into his jacket pocket and withdrew a metal flask, taking a measured sip of its contents before offering it to Marta. The gesture itself was answer of sorts. He rarely shared his precious supply of aged whiskey, one of the few luxuries he permitted himself. "It's a debt," he said finally as Marta returned the flask. "A promise made to someone who saved my life, back when I was younger than you are now." He fell silent for a moment, memories surfacing with the clarity that sometimes accompanied important recollections. The weight of snow beneath his boots, air so cold it crystallized with each exhaled breath, the strange quiet of the mountain forest disturbed only by wind through pine needles. When he continued, his voice carried the cadence of careful telling, a story important enough to require precise delivery. "I was 23, still learning the Courier routes. Took a job delivering medical supplies to a research outpost near Jacobstown. But I was overconfident, thought I could beat an approaching storm by taking a shortcut through the high pass. The storm came in faster than anyone predicted, found myself trapped in whiteout conditions, lost my bearings completely." Marcus paused, taking another sip from his flask before continuing. "Would have died there, frozen in that pass, but a nightkin found me. Huge super mutant, skin that distinctive blue purple color, nearly invisible with his stealth capability. I thought he was hallucination at first, appearing and disappearing through the snow. He carried me to Jacobstown, delivered me to their doctor when I could barely walk from frostbite and exposure. His name was Marcus too," he continued, a faint smile touching his features. "Marcus the Nightkin, called me the other Marcus during my recovery. We talked a lot during those weeks. He was different from most Nightkin, gentler, more philosophical. The Jacobstown doctor said he'd responded unusually well to treatment for the schizophrenia that plagued most of his kind." Marta listened with quiet attention, understanding this wasn't merely storytelling but context, essential to understanding her mentor's determination. The firelight cast shifting patterns across his face, emphasizing the lines etched by decades of wasteland sun and wind as he continued. "Before I left, I promised I'd bring him something, a book he'd mentioned wanting to read. Philosophy text from some pre-war thinker. Told him I'd deliver it personally next time I had a contract bringing me up the mountain." Marcus gestured vaguely westward, toward the distant peaks barely visible in the fading light. "Never got the chance. Routes changed, contracts took me east instead of west. By the time I passed through Jacobstown again years later, he'd left on some personal quest. No one knew where he'd gone." The old courier's hand moved to his inner pocket where the wrapped package waited. "Found the book 5 years ago in an abandoned library way out east. Remembered my promise immediately, but by then the knee had given out. Couldn't make the mountain climb anymore, not with courier packs. And a promise like that, it needs to be kept in person, not handed off to another carrier." Marcus gazed into the fire, its dancing flames reflecting in eyes that had seen more of the wasteland than most would in several lifetimes. "Got word 3 months ago that he's back in Jacobstown. Getting old himself, settled in for whatever time Nightkin have left when their minds start to go. Figured it was my last chance to keep that promise." Marta absorbed this explanation with thoughtful consideration, recognizing both the practical irrationality and the deeper importance such commitments held in the wasteland. In a world where so much had been lost, where civilization itself had been reduced to fragmented remnants, personal integrity acquired heightened significance. Promises kept became small anchors of order amid chaos, affirmations that human bonds still mattered despite the nuclear fire that had nearly consumed humanity itself. "I understand," she said simply, the words carrying genuine respect rather than mere acknowledgement. We all have our one last job that needs doing. They remained by the fire as evening deepened into true night, the stars emerging in brilliant clarity against the dark sky. Around them, the 188's activities gradually quieted as travelers sought rest in preparation for the next day's journeys. Security patrols maintained vigilant presence along the perimeter, their movement occasionally visible as silhouettes passing through illuminated areas. When they eventually retired to their secured sleeping pods, Marcus found himself lying awake despite physical exhaustion. His thoughts wandered along the path ahead, the climbing route toward Jacobstown, the super-mutant settlement established in what had once been a ski resort high in the mountains west of New Vegas. Tomorrow he would continue alone, the first solo journey he had undertaken since retirement. The prospect carried both apprehension and a quiet anticipation that surprised him with its youthful quality. Sleep eventually claimed him, with dreams of mountain paths and conversations held in snowbound caverns, memories blending with imagination as his mind processed the day's exertions and the journey still to come. In the quiet darkness of the 188 trading post, surrounded by other travelers with their own destinations and purposes, the old courier rested, while stars wheeled overhead in patterns unchanged by the cataclysm that had reshaped the world below. Morning arrived with gentle persistence, light gradually strengthening as the sun cleared the eastern mountains. Marcus woke with the ingrained timing of decades on the road, allowing himself a moment to assess his body's condition before moving. The previous day's journey had left its mark, stiffness in the knee more pronounced, muscles protesting with dull ache, the familiar pattern of travel fatigue that took longer to dissipate with each passing year. He rose with deliberate care, completing his morning preparations with the efficiency of long practice. His pack seemed to have gained weight overnight, though he knew this was merely perception rather than reality. Outside, the trading post had already stirred to life, early travelers preparing to depart, merchants arranging their wares for the day's commerce, cooking fires rekindled to prepare morning meals. Marta waited near the central fire pit, 2 steaming cups in hand, and her own pack resting beside her feet. She offered 1 cup to Marcus as he approached, the aroma of brewed coffee, real coffee, not the common wasteland substitute, rising between them in fragrant invitation. "Splurged a bit," she explained with a slight smile. "Figured you deserved the real thing for your send-off." Marcus accepted the cup with genuine appreciation, the gesture itself meaning as much as the rare luxury it represented. They drank in companionable silence as the trading post's activity increased around them, neither feeling the need to fill the moment with unnecessary conversation. When it came time for their paths to diverge, Marta remaining for her scheduled delivery, while Marcus continued westward toward the mountain paths, their farewell was characteristically understated. No grand speeches or emotional demonstrations, simply the practical exchange between 2 people who understood the wasteland's uncertain nature. "Watch the western approach to Charleston," Marcus advised, adjusting his pack one final time. "There's a ridge that provides good cover, but has limited escape routes if you encounter trouble. Better to stay in the open where you can see what's coming." Marta nodded, accepting the guidance without argument, despite having traveled the route herself several times. This was their way, knowledge shared freely, experience offered without expectation. "The weather should hold for your climb," she replied, "but watch for afternoon storms building from the northwest. They can develop quickly this time of year." A moment of silence stretched between them, weighted with unspoken acknowledgement that this journey represented something more significant than routine travel. Marcus extended his hand, the gesture formal yet genuine. Marta clasped his forearm in the traditional wasteland grip, the brief contact communicating respect that transcended their age difference. "See you back in Novak," she said simply. "Count on it," he replied, certainty in his voice despite the journey's challenges. Then he turned westward, boots finding their rhythm on the road that would lead toward higher elevations. The morning sun warmed his back as he walked, casting his shadow ahead like a guide pointing toward distant mountains where an old promise waited for fulfillment. Behind him, the 188 trading post gradually receded, becoming another landmark in a life measured by distances traveled and commitments honored. The road stretched before him through territory both familiar and changed, a metaphor for the journey itself, connecting past to present through the simple act of continued movement. With each step, Marcus felt the weight of years both burden and strengthen him, the accumulated experience that had transformed a young courier into the weathered messenger he had become. The package rested securely in his pack, a small thing representing a bond that had somehow endured across decades of wasteland existence. His pace settled into sustainable rhythm, acknowledging limitations while refusing to be defined by them. The mountains rose before him, their slopes gradually becoming more distinct as he approached. Somewhere among those heights, an old friend waited, perhaps without expectation, perhaps without even remembering the promise made so long ago. But Marcus remembered, and for a courier, that was enough. The delivery would be made, the circle completed. One last job. As Marcus continued his journey toward the distant mountains, elsewhere in the Mojave, a courier discovers a small pre-war package in the ruins of an abandoned post office. Curiosity guides their careful hands as they brush away decades of dust, revealing faded markings that hint at a story long forgotten by the wasteland. While our aging messenger climbs toward a promise waiting to be fulfilled, our next tale beckons from crumbling ruins where history waits to be uncovered. Join us for Marked for Memory. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the ruins of Summersville, its golden light softening the harsh edges of collapsed buildings and scattered debris. A gentle breeze stirred the dust that had settled over decades of abandonment, creating lazy spirals that danced between the skeletal remains of what had once been a quiet suburb on the eastern edge of the Mojave. Time had claimed most of the settlement, transforming family homes into anonymous piles of weathered wood and concrete, erasing the distinctions that had once marked different lives and aspirations. Sarah Chen moved through these ruins with practiced caution, her steps deliberate and measured as she navigated the uncertain terrain. At 32, she embodied the particular blend of alertness and calm that distinguished veteran couriers from those who merely carried packages. Her leather armor bore the subtle weathering of countless miles, reinforced at stress points and adorned with the discreet insignia of the Mojave Express. The rifle slung across her back and the 10mm pistol at her hip were similarly well maintained, tools rather than statements, practical necessities for a life spent traversing the spaces between settlements. This detour through Summersville hadn't been part of her planned route. The primary road heading northeast from Novak had been rendered impassable by a recent landslide, forcing her to choose between a significant delay or this more direct but potentially hazardous path through abandoned territory. With time-sensitive medical supplies in her pack destined for a settlement beyond the mountains, Sarah had chosen the latter, accepting the additional risk in service to her delivery. She paused at an intersection where two former streets met, consulting the weathered map she'd marked with annotations from previous travelers. According to the notes, the eastern path should lead toward the settlement's former commercial district, offering potential shelter if she needed to wait out the night before continuing her journey. Sarah adjusted her course accordingly, moving between the husks of long-abandoned vehicles and around piles of debris that had once been street-side mailboxes and trash cans. The commercial area emerged gradually from the residential ruins, larger structures with faded signs still clinging to walls, display windows long since shattered, their frames standing empty like hollow eye sockets. Sarah scanned each building as she passed, assessing potential resources and hazards with equal attention. Most had been thoroughly scavenged years ago, but occasionally overlooked treasures remained in less obvious locations. Supplies or artifacts that might supplement her provisions, or hold value for collectors back in more established settlements. A partially collapsed structure at the far end of what had once been the main street caught her attention. Unlike the surrounding buildings that had been constructed primarily from wood and concrete, this one featured distinctive architectural elements that had weathered time's passage more successfully. The facade's stonework remained largely intact, supporting a roof that had partially survived despite the centuries of neglect. Faded lettering above the entrance read Summersville Post Office, the official eagle emblem still discernible beneath layers of dust and weathering. Sarah approached with heightened interest. Post offices sometimes yielded valuable finds, pre-war technology, official documents with historical significance, occasionally even sealed packages that had never completed their intended journeys. More pragmatically, they often contained secure rooms that provided better shelter than the average ruins, built to protect mail and government property from both natural elements and human interference. The entrance stood partially obstructed by a fallen beam, requiring Sarah to maneuver carefully through the narrow opening. She activated her Pip-Boy's light function as she entered, illuminating an interior held in curious suspension between chaos and order. Rows of postal boxes lined one wall, many still closed, protecting contents that would never be claimed. The customer service counter remained in place, though its surface was covered with a thick layer of dust, undisturbed by any recent passage. Behind it, sorting tables and mail carts created a skeletal framework of what had once been daily operations, now frozen in permanent pause. Sarah moved deeper into the building with careful steps, testing each floorboard before committing her weight. The main room showed evidence of previous visitors, scavenger markings scratched into walls, empty supply crates suggesting resources already claimed, the occasional empty tin can or bottle indicating temporary shelter taken. None appeared recent, however. Dust had settled undisturbed across most surfaces, for what seemed months or perhaps years. A doorway behind the main counter led to what had been the sorting room, where mail had once been organized for delivery routes. Sarah directed her Pip-Boy light across the space, revealing toppled shelving units and scattered paper that had somehow escaped the scavenging that claimed most burnable materials after the war. Administrative forms, empty envelopes and partial ledgers lay in disordered piles, their contents rendered meaningless by time and circumstance. Her attention was drawn to a section of wall at the far side of the room, where a metal door stood slightly ajar. Unlike the more accessible areas of the post office, this entrance showed minimal evidence of forced entry or scavenger activity. The door bore no conventional handle, but instead featured a numeric keypad, its electronic components long since dead, rendered irrelevant by whatever impact had prevented the door from fully closing. Sarah approached with measured caution, alert to the possibility of traps left by previous occupants or structural hazards from the partially collapsed ceiling above. The gap in the doorway was narrow but sufficient to permit passage with some effort. She removed her pack and rifle, carefully passing them through before navigating the opening herself, with a practiced twist that avoided the worst of the jagged metal along the door's edge. The space beyond revealed itself in the Pip-Boy's green illumination as a secure storage room, a repository for valuable or registered mail that had required additional protection. Unlike the main areas of the post office, this chamber had remained remarkably preserved, sealed against the elements and casual intrusion by its security features. Metal shelving units lined the walls, still bearing parcels and envelopes in orderly arrangement despite the centuries that had passed since their placement. Sarah stood motionless for a moment, absorbing the significance of the discovery. Most secure areas had been thoroughly looted within years of the Great War, their contents claimed by survivors desperate for supplies or scavengers seeking valuable artifacts. Finding an essentially intact storage room represented the kind of opportunity that occurred perhaps once in a courier's career, a glimpse into the pre-war world preserved like an insect in amber, untouched by the intervening apocalypse. She approached the nearest shelf with careful reverence, examining the packages without immediately disturbing their arrangement. Most were standard secured parcels wrapped in brown paper with official postal seals, addressed to recipients who had become dust long before the deliveries could reach them. Others were more specialized, fireproof containers for sensitive documents, reinforced boxes for fragile items, tamper-evident packaging for items of particular value or importance. One package stood out from the others, a small box approximately 6 inches square, wrapped in distinctive blue paper with silver geometric patterns that had somehow retained their luster despite the passage of time. It rested on the middle shelf at eye level, as if positioned for her specific notice. Unlike the other parcels with their official postal markings, this one bore a simple handwritten label with an unusual designation. Return to Project Archivist, 443 Arlington Heights, Boston, marked for memory collection. Historical preservation. Below this primary label, smaller text added. In event of non-delivery, preserve for historical record. Content significant to pre-war cultural documentation. Sarah's curiosity deepened as she carefully lifted the package, testing its weight and integrity before placing it on a clear section of counter for better examination. The paper wrapping remained remarkably intact, protected from environmental degradation by the sealed room's stable conditions. The box itself felt solid beneath the wrapping, suggesting a protective case rather than simply cardboard containment. Professional ethics required couriers to respect the sanctity of sealed deliveries, maintaining the boundary between carrier and content that defined their role. But practical reality had established different protocols for pre-war discoveries. Items whose intended recipients had perished 2 centuries earlier held different status than active deliveries. Archaeological value often outweighed the original delivery contract, particularly for items explicitly marked for historical preservation. With careful movements that respected the artifact's fragility, Sarah unwrapped the blue paper, taking care not to tear it where adhesive had bonded with the surface below. The packaging yielded to reveal a polished wooden box with inlaid mother-of-pearl decoration on its lid, a delicate floral pattern surrounding an engraved title plate that read simply, "Remember." The craftsman suggested personal significance rather than mass production, an object created with specific intention rather than commercial purpose. The box opened on smooth hinges that had been protected from corrosion by whatever treatment had been applied to the wood. Inside, nestled in velvet lining that had maintained its deep burgundy color, lay 3 items: a holotape with a handwritten label, a small leather-bound journal, and a silver locket on a fine chain. Each item had been carefully positioned in custom-fitted recesses, preserving their arrangement across the centuries. Sarah hesitated briefly before proceeding, conscious of crossing the boundary between discovery and investigation. The package had been explicitly marked for historical preservation, however, suggesting its contents were intended for future examination rather than merely personal delivery. With cautious reverence, she removed the holotape first, examining the label that read, "Final recording, Eleanor and Thomas, October 20, 2077. The date placed it just 3 days before the bombs fell, transforming the recording from mere message to potential historical documentation of the final moments before the world changed forever. Her Pip-Boy included holotape playback functionality, though she hesitated to use it immediately. Experience had taught the value of contextual understanding before engaging with pre-war recordings, which often contained information that could be misinterpreted without proper background. Instead, she turned her attention to the journal, carefully opening its cover to reveal handwriting in faded blue ink on pages that had yellowed but remained legible. The first page bore a simple inscription, "The collected memories of Eleanor Winters and Thomas Reed, 20752077, for preservation in the event we cannot preserve ourselves." What followed appeared to be a chronological documentation of experiences, observations, and reflections, not merely a personal diary, but a deliberate attempt to capture a way of life that the writers somehow anticipated might be lost. Sarah gently closed the journal and returned it to its place in the box, understanding that proper examination would require more time and suitable conditions than her current circumstances permitted. The locket remained untouched in its velvet compartment, its potential contents, perhaps photographs or small keepsakes, best left for more controlled investigation rather than field examination. After carefully rewrapping the package and securing it in a protective section of her pack, Sarah continued examining the storage room's other contents. While many packages contained items of little practical value, pre-war clothing now fragile with age, documentation for businesses long since reduced to rubble, personal effects whose significance had died with their intended recipients. She identified several that warranted salvage. Medical supplies in specialized preservation containers maintained their efficacy despite their age. Technical manuals for equipment still used in Commonwealth settlements held significant exchange value. Seeds stored in vacuum-sealed containers offered potential agricultural benefit, if still viable. Sarah selected items with discriminating care, balancing value against carrying capacity, always prioritizing her primary delivery responsibility above opportunistic salvage. When she had gathered what she could reasonably transport, she prepared to exit the secure room, conscious that daylight would be fading and shelter arrangements would soon become necessary. As she maneuvered through the partially open security door, a subtle shifting sound from above provided barely a second's warning before a section of ceiling gave way. Sarah lunged forward instinctively, avoiding the worst of the collapse but unable to completely escape the cascade of debris. A falling support beam struck her left shoulder with glancing force, the impact sending her sprawling across the sorting room floor as dust filled the air in choking clouds. For several moments she remained motionless, mentally assessing her condition while the dust gradually settled around her. The shoulder throbbed with promising intensity, suggesting significant bruising but no dislocation or fracture. Her pack had absorbed some of the impact, potentially protecting its contents, but requiring inspection once she established a secure position. Most importantly, the partial collapse appeared to have stabilized rather than triggering progressive structural failure throughout the building. With cautious movement, Sarah regained her feet, wincing at the shoulder's protest, but confirming her overall mobility remained adequate. The exit path through the main room appeared unobstructed, though she proceeded with heightened vigilance, alert to the possibility of further structural weakness triggered by the initial collapse. Each step was placed with deliberate care, testing stability before committing weight, progress measured in careful increments rather than rushed escape. Outside, the afternoon had progressed toward early evening, the sun now hanging low in the western sky and casting long shadows across Somersville's remains. Sarah moved away from the post office with purpose, seeking suitable shelter before full darkness descended. The collapsed section presented no immediate additional danger, but practical experience suggested avoiding buildings that had demonstrated structural instability, particularly when alternatives existed. She identified a promising option approximately 2 blocks from the post office, a 2-story brick structure that had once housed a small bank, its construction more robust than surrounding buildings. Previous scavengers had marked it with the informal symbol indicating cleared/secure, though Sarah conducted her own assessment before committing to overnight occupation. The building's main vault remained sealed, typical of pre-war banks whose security systems had functioned precisely as designed, preserving their contents while rendering them inaccessible without specialized equipment. The lobby area offered clear sightlines to potential approach routes, however, with multiple exit options and elevated positions that would permit effective defense if necessary. As twilight gathered around Somersville, Sarah established her temporary camp with practiced efficiency. A small heat source provided warmth without telltale light that might attract unwanted attention. Her injured shoulder received basic treatment, analgesic salve from her medical supplies, and careful stretching to prevent stiffness from developing overnight. The pack contents were methodically examined, confirming that both her primary delivery items and the salvaged materials had survived the incident without significant damage. The mysterious blue package received particular attention, its condition verified before being rewrapped and secured. In the relative safety of established shelter, Sarah allowed herself more thorough examination of the journal, reading selected entries that began to outline a compelling narrative. Eleanor Winters and Thomas Reed had been archivists of sorts, self-appointed documentarians who had sensed the approaching end and dedicated themselves to preserving memories of what would be lost. Their entries described everyday aspects of pre-war life with deliberate detail, not merely personal experiences, but consciously captured observations intended for future understanding. More intriguing still were references to the project scattered throughout later entries, an organized effort involving others with similar preservation goals. The final journal entries conveyed increasing urgency as international tensions escalated, culminating in described preparations to distribute memory packages to secure locations throughout the country. The blue package appeared to be one such artifact, entrusted to the postal system for preservation rather than specific delivery, a deliberate time capsule rather than mere correspondence. As full darkness embraced the wasteland, Sarah carefully returned the journal to its protective container. The holotape remained unplayed, its contents preserved for circumstances more appropriate than her current field position. Instead, she reviewed her maps by the minimal illumination of her Pip-Boy, plotting the remainder of her journey while considering potential destinations for the historical artifacts she'd discovered. The most logical recipient would be the followers of the apocalypse, whose preservation efforts and historical documentation aligned with the package's apparent purpose. Their outpost near the old Mormon fort maintained one of the more comprehensive historical archives in the Mojave region, with researchers dedicated to understanding pre-war knowledge rather than merely exploiting its technological applications. Sarah made note to adjust her return route accordingly once her primary delivery had been completed. The night deepened around Somersville, bringing the distinctive soundscape of the wasteland after dark, distant creature calls echoing between ruined buildings. the occasional scuttling of nocturnal scavengers seeking sustenance, the whisper of radiation-adapted vegetation stirring in the gentle breeze. Sarah established her watch rotation with the discipline of experienced travelers, alternating periods of alert vigilance with necessary rest that never quite descended into complete vulnerability. During one such watch period, as midnight approached and the wasteland's activities reached their nocturnal peak, she found herself contemplating the nature of memory and preservation that had motivated the package's creators. Their effort to deliberately document and protect fragments of their world showed remarkable foresight, an acknowledgement of potential ending that most pre-war accounts suggested had been rare among the general population. While government agencies and certain corporations had prepared survival bunkers and preservation protocols, individuals who recognized the approaching catastrophe seemed to have been exceptional rather than common. This contemplation continued as patches of sleep alternated with watchful periods throughout the night. The wasteland darkness yielded gradually to the first hints of approaching dawn, a subtle lightening along the eastern horizon, stars fading as the cosmic wheel continued its eternal rotation. Sarah completed her morning preparations with quiet efficiency, body responding to familiar routines despite the lingering soreness in her injured shoulder. The day promised fair traveling conditions, clear skies suggesting stable weather patterns, temperature moderate enough for sustainable progress without excessive consumption of water reserves. Sarah departed Summersville as the sun cleared the eastern ridgeline, casting warm golden light across the ruined settlement that had briefly served as shelter and discovery site. Her path would take her northeast through increasingly elevated terrain, following the route that would eventually lead to her primary delivery destination. As she walked, her thoughts returned periodically to the mysterious package and its creators. What had driven Eleanor and Thomas to such deliberate documentation? Had they possessed special knowledge of the approaching conflict, or merely unusual sensitivity to the political climate that surrounded them? The journal entries suggested educated individuals with historical awareness rather than apocalyptic zealots, people who recognized patterns and cycles in human civilization that pointed toward potential collapse. The landscape gradually transformed as Sarah progressed, suburban ruins giving way to more open territory where nature had reclaimed former agricultural areas. Radiation-adapted grass species created swaying fields broken occasionally by clusters of mutated trees, their foliage displaying the distinctive coloration that distinguished post-war flora from pre-war botanical descriptions. Wildlife became more evident in these less disturbed regions, radstags browsing cautiously in sheltered valleys, bloatflies hovering near stagnant water sources, the occasional mole rat burrow marked by distinctive excavation patterns. By mid-morning, Sarah had settled into the measured pace that experienced couriers maintained for long-distance travel, sustainable exertion that balanced progress against endurance, covering ground without exhausting resources. Her shoulder had loosened with movement, the pain receding to manageable discomfort that required awareness without demanding accommodation. The path followed what had once been a secondary highway, now reduced to fragmented asphalt with occasional recognizable lane markings visible beneath encroaching vegetation. A distinctive structure gradually appeared on the horizon ahead, a radio transmission tower rising above the surrounding landscape, its metal framework silhouetted against the clear blue sky. Such features typically indicated either active settlements utilizing pre-war communication infrastructure or abandoned relay stations that had once formed parts of regional networks. This particular tower appeared inactive, no blinking lights or visible maintenance suggesting current usage, but its presence warranted cautious approach nonetheless. As Sarah drew nearer, the tower revealed itself as part of a small relay station, a concrete building surrounded by chain-link fencing, positioned on elevated ground that provided natural broadcasting advantage. The facility showed no immediate signs of occupation, no smoke from cooking fires, no sentries visible on the perimeter, no recently cleared approach paths through the surrounding vegetation. Standard scavenger markings on the fence indicated the location had been explored previously, though without annotation suggesting special hazards or resources. While not directly along her planned route, the relay station offered potential advantages that justified brief investigation. Such facilities sometimes contain technical documentation useful to Commonwealth settlements attempting to restore communication networks. Their elevated positions provided excellent vantage points for surveying surrounding territory and identifying potential hazards ahead. Most practically, their construction typically included reinforced interior spaces that offered superior shelter compared to more common wasteland structures. Sarah approached with appropriate caution, conducting systematic observation before crossing the open ground that surrounded the facility. The fence had collapsed in several sections, providing access without requiring navigation of the locked gate with its rusted chain and faded warning signs. The main building entrance stood partially open, suggests previous visitors had secured access and departed without resealing the facility. Upon reaching the perimeter, she conducted closer examination before proceeding inside. The exterior showed typical weathering consistent with 2 centuries of abandonment, but no structural damage that would suggest immediate hazard. Faded lettering above the entrance identified the facility as Eastern Mountain Relay Station 142, with smaller text indicating its administrative connection to pre-war military communication networks rather than civilian broadcasting. The interior revealed a standard layout for such installations: a main control room with monitoring equipment, adjacent maintenance areas for technical work, and basic living quarters for personnel during extended operations. Previous scavengers had removed obvious valuables like medical supplies and functional technology, but appeared to have overlooked or disregarded technical documentation, stored in filing cabinets along the northern wall. These weather-protected documents potentially held significant value to those working to rebuild communication infrastructure throughout the region. After securing the entrance to prevent unwelcome intrusion, Sarah conducted more thorough exploration of the facility. The control room contained deactivated monitoring systems whose components might be salvageable for settlements with appropriate technical knowledge. The maintenance area yielded small caches of specialized tools, likely overlooked by previous visitors who lacked knowledge of their specific applications. Most promising was the station's elevated observation platform, accessible via metal stairs leading to the roof, which offered commanding views across the surrounding territory. From this vantage point, Sarah could trace her planned route for the next day's travel, identifying potential hazards and alternatives with greater clarity than ground-level assessment permitted. A rock slide had partially obstructed one valley passage, requiring either clearance effort or deviation around more elevated terrain. A small settlement not marked on her existing maps appeared to have established itself approximately 5 miles northeast, suggesting potential resupply opportunity if needed. Most concerning, smoke from what appeared to be multiple campfires indicated possible raider encampment in a valley that intersected her intended path, warranting either cautious reconnaissance or preemptive route adjustment. The observation platform also provided ideal conditions for examining her discovered artifacts with greater attention than previous circumstances had permitted. With secure position established and clear visibility across potential approach vectors, Sarah carefully removed the blue package from her pack and unwrapped it once more. The wooden box with its elegant inlay seemed incongruous against the weathered metal of the observation platform. A refined artifact from a more civilized time, surviving into an age where function universally superseded form. As afternoon progressed toward evening, Sarah allowed herself the opportunity to listen to the holotape she had discovered. The Pip-Boy's playback function activated with familiar electronic tones, followed by momentary static before a woman's voice emerged with remarkable clarity, given the recording's age. Final recording, Eleanor Winters and Thomas Reed, October 20th, 2077. If you're listening to this, we succeeded in at least one small part of our mission. The package you're holding represents our contribution to Project Archivist, the preservation of ordinary memories from the world that existed before whatever comes next. A man's voice continued, his tone reflective but determined. We don't know exactly what's coming, but we've seen enough to understand it won't be gentle. The project exists because we believe remembering matters, not just the grand historical events, but the texture of everyday existence. The journal contains our observations of ordinary life, recorded with the assumption that such ordinariness might someday seem extraordinary to those who never experienced it. The woman's voice returned. The locket contains our images and a small pressed flower from our garden, not because we personally matter to history, but because individual faces and small moments of beauty should be remembered alongside the larger narrative. We were here, we lived and loved and tended our garden in the shadow of ending. Remember that someone once thought this worth preserving. The man spoke again, his voice steady despite the weight of his words. We've prepared 12 such packages, each entrusted to different preservation methods. Postal secure storage, bank vaults, personal time capsules entrusted to friends in remote locations. Perhaps none will survive what's coming. Perhaps all will be lost. But the attempt to remember seems worth making, even against such odds. The recording continued for several more minutes, the couple alternating descriptions of their daily lives with more philosophical reflections on memory and preservation. Their voices carried neither panic nor denial about the approaching catastrophe, but rather deliberate determination to document what would soon be lost. The recording concluded with simple, powerful words from Eleanor. To whoever finds this, remember us, not as individuals, but as representatives of a world that existed and deserved not to be entirely forgotten. As the tape ended, Sarah sat in thoughtful silence, watching the sun begin its descent toward the western horizon. The relay station stood in curious parallel to the recorded message. Both represented attempts at connection across time and distance, technologies designed to extend human communication beyond immediate presence. That she sat in one while listening to the other created a peculiar symmetry, a convergence of preservation efforts, separated by centuries, yet united in purpose. The approaching evening brought practical considerations to the forefront once more. The relay station offered secure shelter for the night, its reinforced construction and elevated position providing significant advantages over continuing travel as darkness approached. Sarah established her temporary camp with practiced efficiency, utilizing the facility's features while maintaining readiness for departure at first light. As night embraced the wasteland once more, she carefully repacked the discovered artifacts, ensuring their protection for the remainder of her journey. The primary medical delivery remained her professional priority, but the blue package had acquired personal significance beyond its objective historical value. Eleanor and Thomas had created their memory collection with the explicit hope it would someday be found, that their deliberate effort to preserve ordinary remembrance would eventually reach receptive awareness. Sarah had become the unlikely fulfillment of that hope, a courier carrying not just physical artifacts, but the conscious attempt to extend memory beyond catastrophic ending. Tomorrow would bring continued travel toward her contracted destination, followed by the return journey that would eventually deliver the historical package to those best positioned to preserve and understand its contents. But tonight, in the quiet darkness of an abandoned relay station, the connection between past and present felt unusually tangible. A bridge across time constructed from deliberate documentation and chance discovery, each playing necessary roles in memory's persistence. While Eleanor and Thomas's preserved memories found new purpose in Sarah's careful hands, elsewhere in the Mojave wasteland, travelers whisper warnings about a dangerous canyon trail where couriers once disappeared without trace. As our courier guards these fragile echoes from the past, our next tale beckons from a forgotten path where legends of a cursed route await exploration. Join us for the Forgotten Route. Twilight painted the Mojave sky in watercolor hues of amber and lavender, the fading light casting long shadows across the dusty landscape. Rock formations stood like silent sentinels, their weathered surfaces telling silent stories of millennia before human memory. In this gentle transition between day and night, even the wasteland possessed a certain beauty, a stark, uncompromising elegance that transcended the destruction that had reshaped the world centuries before. Along a worn trail that wound between these ancient formations, a solitary figure moved with the measured pace of someone accustomed to long journeys. Eli Walker adjusted the strap of his courier bag, the weathered leather conforming to his shoulder with the familiarity of long companionship. At 36, he carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone who had walked the wasteland routes long enough to respect their dangers without fearing them unnecessarily. The faded insignia of the Mojave Express was still visible on his bag, though Eli had operated as an independent courier for nearly 3 years now. The transition had been practical rather than ideological. Independent status allowed him to choose contracts with greater flexibility, to explore routes less traveled, and occasionally to combine delivery work with his personal fascination for wasteland history and folklore. It was this combination of professional delivery and historical curiosity that had brought him to the eastern reaches of the Mojave, following a secondary route toward a small settlement nestled in the shadow of what had once been called White Pine Canyon. His primary purpose was straightforward enough, delivering specialized water purification components to a community that had established itself around a pre-war ranger station. The components weren't particularly valuable or unusual, making the job unremarkable by courier standards. What made this journey different was Eli's secondary purpose, investigating rumors of the courier's curse that supposedly haunted an abandoned trail through the canyon itself. The stories had circulated among delivery workers for years, shared during evening rests at trading posts, or in the corners of settlement bars where professional travelers gathered. According to these accounts, a particular route through White Pine Canyon had once served as a shortcut between eastern settlements, until a series of courier disappearances earned it a reputation for misfortune that eventually led to its abandonment. Eli had collected versions of this story for several years, documenting variations and consistencies in a journal he maintained alongside his delivery records. Some accounts attributed the disappearances to practical dangers, unstable terrain, predator lairs, or raider ambush points. Others ventured into more mysterious territory, suggesting pre-war military experiments, radiation anomalies, or even supernatural influences for those inclined towards such explanations. What fascinated Eli wasn't determining which explanation might be correct, but rather understanding how such stories functioned in wasteland culture, how routes gained or lost favor, how knowledge transferred between travelers, how shared experiences shaped the informal maps that guided movement through dangerous territory. The White Pine Canyon Trail represented a particularly well-documented example of route abandonment, with consistent references in traveler accounts dating back at least 30 years. As darkness settled more firmly across the landscape, Eli identified a suitable location for his evening camp, a shallow cave entrance in a rock formation that provided natural shelter while offering clear visibility of the surrounding approach vectors. The position had evidently served similar purposes for previous travelers, as indicated by the remains of old fire pits and subtle markings carved into nearby rocks that signaled safe rest in the informal communication system used by wasteland wanderers. Eli established his camp with practiced efficiency, each action refined through countless repetitions across years of courier work. A small heat source provided warmth without excessive light that might attract unwanted attention. His pack yielded carefully rationed provisions, purified water, dried Brahmin meat, and mut fruit preserved through a process that maintained nutritional value while extending shelf life. Security measures included simple alarm devices positioned along likely approach paths, arrangements of small objects that would create distinctive sounds if disturbed during the night. With practical necessities addressed, Eli turned his attention to his investigation. Removing a weathered journal from his pack, he reviewed his collected notes on the canyon route by the soft light of his camp heat. The accounts showed remarkable consistency regarding the trail's location and general characteristics. A narrow path that followed a stream bed through the canyon's western access, reportedly reducing travel time between eastern settlements by nearly half a day compared to more established routes. The disappearances had apparently occurred over a relatively concentrated period, approximately 30 years ago, with most accounts referencing 6 or 7 couriers who vanished while attempting to traverse the route. After these incidents, the trail had acquired its ominous reputation, leading to gradual abandonment as travelers chose the longer, but presumably safer, alternative paths. What remained unclear from the accounts was whether anyone had subsequently investigated the disappearances, or if the route had simply been surrendered to whatever danger it might contain. Eli closed his journal and gazed toward the eastern horizon, where the canyon waited beyond several ridgelines. Tomorrow's journey would bring him to the settlement for his primary delivery, after which he planned to devote several days to exploring the abandoned trail. The pragmatic courier side of his nature recognized the foolishness of investigating a route specifically known for missing travelers, but his historical curiosity found the opportunity too compelling to ignore. He would, of course, exercise appropriate caution, traveling light, informing settlement residents of his intended route, and maintaining vigilant awareness throughout the exploration. Morning arrived with gentle persistence, sunlight gradually illuminating the landscape as Eli completed his preparations for the day's journey. The remaining distance to the settlement was relatively modest, perhaps 4 hours at a comfortable pace, assuming no unexpected obstacles intervened. He departed his temporary shelter as the day's heat began asserting itself, moving with the measured stride that experienced travelers maintained for efficient progress across challenging terrain. The route gradually revealed signs of increasing human presence as he approached the settlement's vicinity. Occasional cairns marking significant turns, remnants of temporary camps in sheltered locations, and eventually deliberate trail maintenance where loose stones had been cleared and minor obstacles removed to facilitate regular passage. These indicators confirmed Eli's position relative to his destination, the navigational landmarks matching the route descriptions he had received alongside his delivery contract. White Pine Settlement appeared gradually as he crested a final ridge, a collection of structures arranged around what had indeed once been a ranger station, its distinctive tower still standing despite the centuries since its construction. The community had expanded organically from this central feature, utilizing salvaged and natural materials to create additional dwelling spaces, communal areas, and defensive positions. A small but evidently productive agricultural section occupied the southern portion of the settlement, where irrigation channels directed water from a nearby spring to support adapted crop varieties. Eli approached the settlement's main entrance, where a guard post had been established using the remains of a pre-war vehicle combined with strategic wooden reinforcements. A man and woman occupied the position, both displaying the alert but not immediately hostile demeanor typical of frontier communities, cautious regarding strangers but recognizing the necessity of outside contact for trade and information. Approaching the entrance, Eli called when within reasonable speaking distance, maintaining a measured pace that avoided any appearance of aggression or urgency. Courier with delivery from Southern Junction. Water purification components ordered through Tanner caravans last month. The guards visibly relaxed at this identification, the woman nodding recognition while the man made a subtle gesture toward watchers positioned less visibly around the settlement perimeter. Been expecting those parts, the woman confirmed. You're right on schedule. Jenkins at the workshop is the one who placed the order. He's probably there now if you want to head straight in. Eli acknowledged the direction with a grateful nod, proceeding through the settlement entrance with the comfortable familiarity of someone accustomed to navigating unfamiliar communities. White Pine presented the typical arrangement of such frontier establishments. Central gathering areas surrounded by resident zones. Defensive positions integrated throughout the layout. Resource management systems like water collection and waste disposal positioned for practical access while minimizing contamination risks. The workshop occupied what had once been a ranger station garage, its sturdy construction repurposed to house the settlement's technical operations. Inside, Eli found Jenkins, a man in his early 50s with the distinctive hands of someone who worked regularly with mechanical systems, fingers bearing the small scars and ingrained stains that no amount of cleaning could fully remove. The technician greeted Eli with evident relief, clearly anxious to receive the components that would restore full functionality to the settlement's water purification system. The delivery transaction proceeded with professional efficiency. Verification of components, confirmation of contract fulfillment, payment transferred in the form of bottle caps that served as standard currency throughout the Mojave. With primary business concluded, Eli transitioned to his secondary purpose, raising the subject of the canyon trail with carefully casual interest. I've heard stories about an old courier route through White Pine Canyon, he mentioned as Jenkins organized the newly delivered components. Supposedly a shortcut that fell out of use some years back. Know anything about it? Jenkins paused in his work, expressions shifting subtly toward cautious assessment. The forgotten route, he responded after a moment's consideration. That's what folks around here call it. Used to get regular traveler traffic before my time, but it's been abandoned for decades now. His tone carried the particular quality wasteland residents adopted when discussing potentially hazardous locations. Neither dismissive nor deliberately mysterious, but suggesting personal distance from whatever dangers might exist. I've collected various stories about it, Ellie explained, establishing his interest as academic rather than recklessly adventurous. Part of a personal project documenting courier routes throughout the region, particularly interested in why certain paths fall out of use while others become established thoroughfares. Jenkins studied him with increased interest, apparently recognizing a fellow collector of specialized knowledge. If you're serious about learning more, you should talk with Marion. She's our oldest resident, was here when the route was still active, might even remember some of the couriers who disappeared. He gestured toward a residence area on the settlement's eastern edge. Small house with the wind chimes made from old silverware. Tell her I sent you. Eli thanked him for both the successful delivery transaction and the informational referral, making his way through the settlement toward the indicated residence. The community demonstrated signs of relative prosperity compared to many frontier establishments. Buildings maintained with evident care, residents displaying generally adequate nutrition and health, communal spaces suggesting social cohesion rather than merely shared geography. Such indicators spoke to effective leadership and resource management, increasing Eli's confidence in the reliability of information he might gather here. The house Jenkins had described proved easy to locate, its entrance marked by the distinctive wind chimes that created gentle, irregular music as the afternoon breeze moved through the suspended utensils. Eli approached with respectful patience, aware that elderly wasteland residents often maintained their own rhythms and preferences regarding visitor interactions. He announced his presence with a gentle call rather than direct knocking, allowing the occupant to determine the nature of engagement. After a brief pause, a woman's voice responded from within, inviting him to enter. The interior revealed a space that balanced practical necessity with personal expression. Standard wasteland furnishings constructed from salvaged materials but arranged with evident attention to comfort and aesthetics. Marian herself sat in a handcrafted rocking chair near a window that provided both natural light and strategic visibility toward the settlement's eastern approach. She appeared to be in her late 70s, though precise age determination remained challenging in the wasteland, where environmental conditions and medical access created significant variations in the aging process. Her posture remained relatively straight despite her years, suggesting a lifetime of physical activity rather than sedentary existence. Sharp eyes studied Eli from a face lined by both expression and exposure, their alertness indicating a mind that remained fully engaged despite physical aging. Jenkins said you might be willing to share what you remember about the canyon route, Eli explained, after introducing himself and briefly establishing his courier credentials. I've been documenting trail histories throughout the region, particularly interested in the stories behind this one. Marian studied him with thoughtful assessment before gesturing toward a nearby chair, inviting him to sit. When he had settled, she began speaking with the measured cadence of someone accustomed to oral history, pacing information delivery for clarity while maintaining listener engagement. A storytelling technique that had preserved wasteland knowledge across generations before written documentation became more commonplace. I was in my 40s when the trouble started, she began, gaze directed slightly beyond Eli, as if viewing distant memories. The canyon route had been active since before this settlement was established. Wasn't considered particularly dangerous compared to most wasteland trails. Just a narrow path following the old stream bed saved considerable travel time for those heading east or west. She described how the route had been particularly valued by couriers and traders moving between frontier communities, its efficiency offsetting the somewhat challenging terrain that required careful navigation in certain sections. The trail had never been heavily trafficked, lacking the capacity for caravan Brahmin or larger groups, but had maintained consistent usage among individual travelers for whom time represented a valuable resource. The disappearances began during summer about 30 years back, Marian continued, her expression sobering. First was a trader named Rennick who supplied us with medical components. When he didn't arrive as scheduled, we assumed typical wasteland delays, storms, raiders, the usual hazards. But a week later, another settlement sent word asking if we'd seen him, confirming he'd departed on time using the canyon route. Over the following months, according to Marian's account, 5 additional travelers vanished while attempting to traverse the canyon. 3 couriers and 2 prospectors who had been exploring the region for potential resources. Search parties from both eastern and western settlements found no definitive evidence explaining the disappearances. No bodies, no obvious ambush sites, no indications of creature lairs that might account for multiple missing persons. The last to vanish was a courier named Devereaux, Marion said, her voice softening with what seemed like personal memory. Carried letters between settlements mostly, though sometimes small packages too. Had been making the canyon crossing for years without incident. Knew the path better than anyone. After he disappeared, the route was essentially abandoned. No formal declaration, people just stopped using it, chose the longer paths instead. Eli listened with respectful attention, occasionally making notes in his journal when Marion shared particularly specific details. The account aligned with the general narrative he had collected elsewhere, but provided valuable additional context regarding the progression of events and the specific individuals involved. What remained mysterious was the nature of the threat. What exactly had happened to those travelers, and whether the danger persisted in whatever form it had originally taken. Did anyone find any clues? He asked when Marion paused in her recollection. Personal effects, equipment remains, signs of what might have happened. The older woman's expression shifted subtly, suggesting consideration of how much to share. There were theories, she acknowledged after a brief silence. Some believed raiders had established an elaborate ambush system. Others suggested a particularly dangerous predator, perhaps a deathclaw that had claimed the canyon as territory. The more superstitious whispered about pre-war experiments or radiation anomalies affecting that specific area. She leaned forward slightly, her voice lowering, though no one else was present to overhear. What wasn't widely shared was what the final search party found. They discovered a courier bag wedged between rocks about halfway through the canyon. Inside was a journal with entries from at least 3 different hands, the last couriers who had disappeared. The final entry was incomplete, breaking off mid-sentence. This revelation represented precisely the kind of specific detail that distinguished genuine historical accounts from exaggerated wasteland legends. Eli's interest intensified, his historian's instincts recognizing the potential significance of contemporaneous documentation. Do you know what happened to that journal? Whether it still exists somewhere? Marion nodded slowly. It's in the settlement's small archive, collection of documents and artifacts we've maintained since establishment, primarily for practical knowledge preservation, but some historical materials as well. Thomas oversees it now, maintains the records in the old ranger station office. With this valuable information provided, their conversation gradually shifted to more general topics. Marion sharing observations about regional changes she had witnessed during her lifetime, Eli offering news from other settlements he had visited during recent deliveries. This exchange represented the secondary function of courier services throughout the wasteland, not merely transporting physical items, but facilitating information flow between isolated communities, creating connections through shared knowledge, where direct contact remained limited by practical constraints. When their conversation concluded, Eli thanked Marion for her valuable insights and made his way toward the ranger station to inquire about examining the recovered journal. The settlement's modest archive occupied what had indeed once been the station's administrative office, the space adapted to preserve documents and small artifacts that held significance for community knowledge or regional history. Thomas, the current archivist, proved to be a man in his early 60s with the particular attentiveness to detail that such responsibility required, maintaining careful organization despite limited resources. Upon explaining his interest, Eli received guarded but not unwilling consideration. The archivist's initial hesitance seemed motivated by genuine concern rather than territorial protection. Worry that renewed interest in the canyon route might encourage dangerous exploration rather than merely historical documentation. Once satisfied regarding Eli's intentions, Thomas retrieved a metal container from a locked cabinet, placing it carefully on the room's central table. "We keep it secured not because it's valuable in the usual sense," he explained as he opened the container, "but because it represents the last known records of people our community respected. Their final words deserve appropriate handling." The journal within proved to be a standard courier logbook of the type many delivery workers maintained, documenting routes taken, conditions encountered, and notable landmarks for future reference. Its weathered cover bore the distinctive embossed marking of the Valley Express Company, a regional delivery service that had operated throughout the eastern Mojave before eventually being absorbed by larger operations like the Mojave Express. Thomas permitted Eli to examine the journal while remaining present, a reasonable precaution when sharing community artifacts with visitors, regardless of their apparent trustworthiness. The entries spanned approximately 6 months, with 3 distinct handwritings identifiable throughout the pages. Each writer had maintained standard courier documentation protocols, dates, routes, weather conditions, hazard notations, creating a practical record intended for operational reference rather than personal expression. The final entries proved particularly compelling, documenting the last journey of a courier identified only as MDD, presumably the Devereaux that Marion had mentioned. The writing detailed a routine approach to the canyon from the eastern access point, noted favorable weather conditions and good visibility, then described initial passage along the stream bed that formed the route's primary landmark. The narrative continued for several pages, recording progress through the canyon with occasional observations about terrain features or potential shelter locations. Then, as Marion had indicated, the final entry ended abruptly mid-sentence. Unusual marking on canyon wall ahead appears deliberate rather than natural formation. Possible directional indicator or warning sign. Will investigate before. The incomplete thought hung with peculiar weight, the absence of conclusion creating space for imagination to suggest countless possibilities. What had interrupted the writer? What had they seen or encountered that prevented completion of their documentation? The journal offered no answers, only the lingering mystery that had transformed a practical route into a wasteland legend. Has anyone attempted to follow the route since these disappearances? Eli asked as Thomas carefully returned the journal to its protective container. To investigate what might have happened or whether the danger still exists, the archivist nodded slowly. A few over the years, mostly young people testing their courage or outsiders who heard the stories and wanted to prove something. Some returned reporting nothing unusual beyond challenging terrain. Others came back visibly shaken, claiming strange experiences but providing few coherent details. He secured the container in its cabinet before adding, "A couple never returned at all." This information completed the historical pattern Eli had hoped to document, the transformation of a practical route into a place of avoidance through accumulated experience and shared storytelling. The canyon trail had evolved from simple geography to cultural landmark, its significance derived not from physical characteristics, but from the meaning assigned through human interpretation and response. As evening approached, Eli arranged temporary accommodation within the settlement, securing space in the common house where travelers could rest for modest payment. The building had once served as the ranger station's visitor center, its open floor plan now divided into sleeping areas separated by salvaged partition materials that provided basic privacy without complete isolation. Such arrangements represented standard hospitality throughout wasteland communities, balancing resource limitations against the practical benefits of supporting traveler commerce and information exchange. The following morning brought clear weather and favorable conditions for Eli's planned exploration. He prepared with methodical thoroughness, adjusting his equipment for investigative purposes rather than delivery efficiency. The heavier components of his courier load had been delivered, allowing greater mobility and reduced weight during his canyon investigation. Additional water supplies, emergency medical items, and documentation materials replaced the delivery package, creating a balanced preparation for exploratory travel. Before departing, Eli followed responsible protocol by informing settlement authorities of his intended route and approximate timeline. Thomas, still concerned despite his cooperation with historical information, provided a hand-drawn map indicating the canyon entrance and the approximate location where the journal had been discovered. Though unnecessary for navigation purposes, the gesture reflected the community's sense of responsibility toward travelers entering potentially hazardous territory, connected to their local history. The path leading toward White Pine Canyon wound eastward from the settlement, following natural contours through increasingly rugged terrain. Vegetation grew sparser as elevation increased, limited primarily to radiation-adapted shrubs and occasional juniper trees that had evolved to require minimal moisture. The landscape displayed the distinctive coloration of mineral-rich soil, layers of sedimentary rock exposed where erosion had carved away softer materials over geological timescales far exceeding human presence. Eli maintained steady progress throughout the morning, his experienced pace acknowledging both the challenging terrain and the importance of preserving energy and hydration for the full day's exploration. Occasional stops allowed for documentation of landscape features and comparison with the historical accounts he had gathered, building a comprehensive understanding of the route's characteristics and challenges. By midday, the canyon entrance came into view, a narrow gap between towering rock formations that seemed almost deliberately placed as gateway to the passage beyond. Unlike the dramatic chasms that characterized other regional canyons, this opening presented a more modest scale, perhaps 30 feet across at its widest point, creating a passage that would accommodate small groups while preventing larger caravans or defensive formations from easily traversing the route. Eli paused at this threshold, conducting careful observation before proceeding further. The entrance showed minimal evidence of recent human passage. No footprints in the dusty ground, no disturbed vegetation or displaced stones that might indicate traveler activity. This absence confirmed the continued avoidance described in settlement accounts, with even curious explorers apparently choosing other destinations for their wasteland adventures. A narrow stream bed cut through the center of the canyon floor, though current conditions had reduced it to occasional pools rather than flowing water. According to historical accounts, this watercourse ran more consistently during certain seasons, creating both a navigational landmark and valuable resource for travelers utilizing the route. Rock formations rose on either side, their layered surfaces displaying the geological history of the region through bands of varying colors and texture. With a final assessment of his supplies and equipment, Eli proceeded into the canyon with measured steps and heightened awareness. His approach balanced scientific observation with practical caution, documenting physical characteristics while maintaining vigilant attention to potential hazards, whether natural or otherwise. The weathered journal in the settlement archive had ended with mention of unusual markings, creating a specific investigative focus for his exploration. The canyon interior presented a curious atmosphere, not overtly threatening, but possessing a distinctive quality that distinguished it from typical wasteland passages. Sound behaved differently here. Environmental noises dampened by the rock walls, while certain frequencies seemed to carry with unusual clarity. Light created constantly shifting patterns as the sun's position changed relative to the canyon's winding course, alternating between bright illumination and deep shadow zones that required momentary adjustment when traversing. Eli proceeded methodically, maintaining course along the stream bed while documenting notable features in his own journal. The canyon walls displayed occasional evidence of ancient human presence, faded pictographs created by pre-war indigenous peoples, weathered initials carved by more recent visitors, the subtle modifications that suggested intentional trail maintenance during periods of active usage. None, however, matched the unusual marking described in the recovered journal's final entry. Approximately an hour into the canyon, the passage narrowed significantly, creating a section where travelers would necessarily proceed in single file through a corridor barely 6 feet wide. This constriction matched descriptions in the historical accounts, identified as a characteristic feature that distinguished the route from more accessible passages elsewhere in the region. Eli navigated this section with particular attention, aware that such natural choke points often presented tactical vulnerability in wasteland travel. Beyond this narrowed section, the canyon widened again into a small basin-like area, perhaps 50 yards across, where the stream bed expanded into what had likely been a modest pool during wetter periods. Rock formations created natural alcoves along the perimeter, several showing evidence of previous occupation. Blackened areas from cook fires, small arrangements of stones that had once supported shelters, even crude seating created from strategically positioned boulders. Eli explored this basin with careful attention, recognizing it as a logical resting point for travelers navigating the canyon route. The position corresponded approximately with the location Thomas had indicated on his map, the area where the Courier journal had been discovered, wedged between rocks. This correlation increased Eli's attentiveness, his examination becoming more detailed as he searched for any indication of what might have occurred in this seemingly ordinary location. The western wall of the basin, partially shadowed by its orientation away from the afternoon sun, gradually revealed features that explained the final journal entry. Approximately 7 feet above ground level, subtle markings had been carved into the rock surface. Not random scratches or natural formations, but deliberate patterns that suggested intentional communication. Time and weathering had softened their definition, but sufficient detail remained for recognition by an observer specifically seeking such indications. Eli approached with measured curiosity, removing a small notebook to document the discovery while maintaining awareness of his surroundings. The markings appeared to combine elements of pre-war trailblazers with symbols reminiscent of those used by wasteland travelers to indicate various conditions or hazards. Their positioning suggested intentional placement for visibility from the natural approach path, while their partial concealment within shadow patterns demonstrated equal deliberation regarding limited observability. As he studied these markings with increasing fascination, Eli gradually became aware of a subtle change in the basin's atmosphere. The ambient sounds had shifted almost imperceptibly, not silencing completely, but altering in quality and distribution. The afternoon light seemed to behave differently, its angle creating shadow patterns that moved with subtle inconsistency relative to the sun's actual position. Most distinctly, a sensation of being observed emerged, despite no visible presence beyond his own. Experienced wasteland travelers developed heightened sensitivity to such environmental shifts, recognizing them as potential indicators of changing conditions requiring appropriate response. Eli maintained his position while adjusting his awareness, attempting to identify any specific threat or phenomenon that might explain both his current unease and the historical disappearances connected to this location. The markings on the canyon wall seemed to acquire subtle dimensionality as he continued observation, their carved lines appearing somehow deeper or more defined than physical examination would suggest possible. This visual effect created momentary disorientation, perception shifting between seeing markings on the rock's surface and the suggestion of something beyond or behind that surface, as if the symbols formed a partial boundary between ordinary space and something adjacent but distinct. Eli stepped back, blinking to reset his visual focus while maintaining awareness of his physical position within the basin. The sensory anomalies persisted despite this adjustment, suggesting their origin lay not in individual perception, but in the environment itself. Something about this specific location created effects that influenced multiple senses simultaneously, producing the distinctive atmosphere that distinguished it from typical wasteland terrain. His historian's mind rapidly categorized potential explanations: residual radiation effects creating perceptual distortions, geological features producing unusual acoustic or optical phenomena, perhaps even pre-war technology still functioning beneath the surface with unintended environmental impact. The wasteland contained numerous examples of such anomalous zones, their unusual properties often becoming incorporated into folklore through encounters precisely like his current experience. Rather than retreat immediately, Eli documented his observations with careful attention to detail, creating the objective record that distinguished scholarly investigation from mere rumor propagation. The basin presented no immediate threat beyond its perceptual strangeness. No aggressive creatures, no human hostiles, no obvious environmental hazards like radiation or toxic exposure. Its danger, if danger existed, appeared more subtle in nature, perhaps explaining why some explorers returned unharmed while others experienced more significant effects. As he completed his documentation, Eli noticed a small opening in the rock wall below the carved symbols, a narrow crevice perhaps 18 inches wide that penetrated deeper into the canyon wall. Natural erosion had partially concealed this feature behind fallen stones and accumulated sediment, making it easily overlooked by casual observation. The positioning directly beneath the mysterious markings suggested potential connection, perhaps even deliberate association between the symbols and whatever lay beyond this opening. Approaching with appropriate caution, Eli directed his Pip-Boy light into the crevice, revealing a narrow passage that extended beyond immediate visibility. Air movement suggested connection to larger spaces beyond, the subtle current carrying traces of an unfamiliar scent. Neither the organic decay common to caves nor the metallic quality associated with human structures, but something distinct that resisted immediate categorization. This discovery presented a decision point typical of wasteland exploration, the balance between knowledge acquisition and survival prioritization. The passage might lead to explanations regarding the historical disappearances, perhaps even revealing the fate of those missing couriers whose final moments remained unrecorded. Equally, it might contain whatever danger had claimed them, now potentially awaiting another victim drawn by the same curiosity that had led previous explorers to whatever end they had encountered. Eli made his choice with the measured consideration of someone who had navigated similar decisions throughout years of wasteland travel. The mysterious passage would still exist tomorrow, as would the perceptual anomalies and unanswered questions they represented. Proper exploration required appropriate preparation, additional equipment, potentially companions for security, certainly notification to settlement authorities regarding specific intentions, rather than general exploration. He completed his documentation with particular attention to the passage location and characteristics, creating reference points that would facilitate return under better prepared conditions. The canyon's peculiar atmosphere remained as he worked, the sensation of observation and environmental distortion neither intensifying nor diminishing throughout his activity. This consistency itself provided valuable data, suggesting stable conditions rather than escalating threat or triggered response to human presence. As afternoon progressed toward evening, Eli began his return journey through the canyon with the same measured pace that had characterized his approach. The documented anomalies remained confined to the basin area, environmental conditions returning to typical wasteland parameters as he moved beyond that specific location. This geographical limitation provided additional context for the historical accounts, explaining why effects had been experienced only by those traveling the complete route, rather than appearing in broader regional folklore. The return journey to White Pine Settlement proceeded without notable incident, the path now familiar from his outward travel earlier that day. Sunset painted the landscape in warm hues that softened the wasteland's harsh features, creating momentary beauty from the same elements that presented challenge and hazard under different light. Such transitions reminded experienced travelers that perception itself shaped experience as significantly as physical conditions, an insight particularly relevant given his recent observations. Upon reaching the settlement, as darkness gathered, Eli reported his findings to Thomas with appropriate thoroughness. The archivist received this information with evident interest, but without apparent surprise, suggesting prior familiarity with at least some aspects of the phenomena Eli had encountered. When questioned directly, Thomas acknowledged that similar accounts had occasionally reached the settlement over years of accumulated reports, though never documented with the systematic attention Eli had applied to his observations. "The canyon has always been unusual," Thomas explained as they reviewed Eli's notes together. Even before the disappearances, travelers reported strange experiences there, time seeming to pass differently, sounds carrying in unexpected ways, momentary disorientation that affected navigation. Most dismissed these as normal wasteland hazards, fatigue playing tricks on the senses, radiation pockets causing minor hallucination, that sort of thing. Their discussion continued as evening deepened toward night, the conversation expanding to include Marion and several other senior settlement residents who contributed their own recollections and theories regarding the canyon's mysteries. What emerged was a community relationship with the location that transcended simple fear or avoidance, a complex interaction between practical caution and cultural incorporation, the route's abandonment representing adaptation rather than surrender to incomprehensible threat. The following morning brought clear conditions and favorable temperatures for travel, signaling appropriate timing for Eli's departure from White Pine Settlement. His primary delivery had been successfully completed, while his historical investigation had yielded valuable documentation regarding the abandoned canyon route. Though questions remained unanswered, particular regarding whatever might exist beyond the narrow passage he had discovered, sufficient information had been gathered to justify this stage of his personal research project. As he prepared for departure, Thomas approached with a small package wrapped in protective cloth. "The Settlement Council discussed your findings," he explained, handing the item to Eli. "They've agreed to entrust you with copies of our records regarding the canyon route, including transcriptions from the recovered journal. Perhaps combining these with what you've gathered elsewhere will help complete the historical picture." This gesture represented significant trust from a frontier community, acknowledging Eli's scholarly intentions while supporting the preservation of regional knowledge that might otherwise remain isolated in scattered settlements. He accepted the package with appropriate appreciation, securing it carefully in his pack alongside his own documentation from the previous day's exploration. The journey away from White Pine Settlement followed the western route, avoiding the canyon passage in favor of more established paths that would eventually connect with primary thoroughfares leading back towards central Mojave regions. Though longer in distance, these routes offered more consistent travel conditions and regular waypoints where resupply or shelter could be obtained if necessary, the practical advantages that had maintained their usage while the canyon shortcut faded into cautionary legend. As Eli walked, his thoughts returned periodically to the mysterious basin and its unexplained phenomena. The historian's curiosity within him had been satisfied regarding the route's abandonment dynamics, the process through which shared experience had transformed geographical space into cultural landmark. Yet deeper questions remained regarding what actually existed within that space. What had created the perceptual anomalies? What might lie beyond the hidden passage? What had actually happened to those couriers whose journeys had ended without explanation? Perhaps those questions would draw him back eventually, better prepared and potentially accompanied by others with complementary expertise in technical or scientific fields. Or perhaps the mystery would remain partially unsolved, preserved in documentation rather than directly experienced. Itself a legitimate outcome for historical investigation in a world where certain knowledge often came at prohibitive cost. For now, the forgotten route had yielded its story, if not all its secrets. The Courier had become historian, transformation mirroring the route's own evolution, from practical passage to cultural artifact. Both journeys represented the wasteland's distinctive relationship with memory and meaning, pragmatic adaptation layered with interpretive significance, survival intertwined with understanding, in the complex human response to an environment forever altered by forces beyond complete comprehension. Ely adjusted his pack and continued westward, the sun warm against his back as another day of wasteland travel unfolded before him. The delivery was complete, the investigation documented, the journey continuing as it always did, one step following another across terrain both physical and conceptual, connections forming between scattered points of human persistence in a world simultaneously hostile and home. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.